Chapter 4172. The God-forbidding domain was actually a prison of heaven and earth. Someone had used a supreme divine power to turn a part of the world into a prison and seal the mysterious creature inside the ancient shrine. The mysterious creature was also impressive. It was still alive after being sealed for countless years. It was even attacking the seal of the ancient shrine in an attempt to break out of the prison. Gu Fei was very curious about where the creature had come from. He had the eternal real bone and had nothing to fear, so he threw out a divine spear. The divine spear broke through the restrictive power of the God-forbidding domain and pierced into the ancient shrine. The extremely hard ancient shrine was pierced through by the divine spear thrown by Gu Fei. 2/3 of the spear had pierced into the ancient shrine. The next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard from the ancient shrine. The divine spear that had pierced into the ancient shrine was knocked away by a powerful force that erupted from within the shrine. The divine spear that Gu Fei had taken out was naturally a peerless divine weapon, which was why it could pierce through the ancient shrine. Even though it had been knocked away, it was still intact. If it had been any other divine weapon, it would have been shattered. Whoosh! Gu Fei waved his hand, and the divine spear turned into a ray of divine light that rushed over from afar. He caught it in his hand and threw it into his inner world. On the mountain top, everyone looked at Gu Fei with fanatical eyes. Gu Fei had casually thrown out peerless divine pills and divine weapons as if they were worthless to him. To Wang Xian and the others, even if they had to use a mountain of spiritual stones and divine stones to exchange for a peerless divine pill or a peerless divine weapon, it would still be worth it. It should be known that peerless divine pills and divine weapons were priceless treasures. At this moment, the creature that had been sealed in the ancient shrine finally showed itself. In the endless black gas, a human-shaped creature was faintly discernible. 2 spots of blood-red light flickered in the black gas. Those were the creature's eyes. The black gas naturally could not block Gu Fei's vision. Under Gu Fei's gaze, every inch of the creature's body was clearly displayed in front of him. What is this? When Gu Fei saw the creature that escaped from the Bone Palace, he frowned. The creature's body was covered in black scales. It had a humanoid shape with long legs and arms. There were 2 goat horns on its head and a goatee on its chin. It was a human-shaped goat with scales all over its body. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a creature. Naturally, all the god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a creature before. All of them were indescribably shocked. Haha, your daddy is finally out. That mysterious creature threw its head back and laughed. It was incomparably crazy. Violent energy erupted from its body, tyrannical to the extreme. The expressions of the god emperors of the heavenly god realm changed immediately. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying demonic might shook heaven and earth. It's a demon. Gu Fei's expression was still calm. However, those fellows from the Wang family on the mountain top were quite frightened by the demonic might. These god emperors of the heavenly god realm had never seen such a powerful demon before. It was even more powerful and terrifying than the legendary demon emperor. No matter which world it was, there would always be some people who wanted to use extreme methods to obtain great power. Becoming a demon was a shortcut to obtain great power. Of course, how to become a demon was a technical problem. It was difficult for some people to become a demon, but there were people who could instantly become a peerless demon. The demonic aura that erupted from the mysterious demon was monstrous. The god emperors who were watching the battle all felt a great pressure from the mysterious demon. So much blood and flesh. Good, very good. A powerful divine sense spread out from the god-forbidding desolate domain and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. The god emperor's aura was incomparably powerful. To a demon expert, it was comparable to a peerless divine medicine, especially for a demon like the mysterious demon who had been sealed for countless years. The mysterious demon wanted to recover his vitality as soon as possible. Just then, the mysterious demon's crimson eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and countless spiritual energy in the God-forbidding desolate domain immediately gathered towards him. Even the 3 black holes near the mysterious demon were forcibly sucked in by him and swallowed in one gulp. After swallowing the 3 black holes, the mysterious demon's flesh swelled up as though it was inflated. His originally skinny body became extremely muscular. The demonic might that erupted from the mysterious demon became even stronger, and the entire God-forbidding desolate domain shook. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The void around the mysterious demon's body became unstable. Only Gu Fei stood on the mountain top with his hands behind his back. He looked at the ferocious, mysterious demon with a calm face. The Wang family was protected by Gu Fei. Although they were shocked, they were not worried that they would be targeted by the demon. This guy, traversing divine God, who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate domain, was frightened. At that moment, a wave of divine consciousness enveloped the sky, traversing divine Venerable. *T. Traversing divine God was really shocked. He stood up from the ground and grabbed the void-breaching divine spear that was inserted next to him. An ultimate God's divine might immediately erupted from traversing divine God's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the mysterious demon suddenly attacked and blasted the ancient shrine floating in the void. Everyone was taken aback by his words. "Humph, trying to trap me?" the mysterious demon said disdainfully. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Little guy, come here." The mysterious demon stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed traversing divine God. Rumble. A huge palm immediately appeared between heaven and earth, causing the entire world to darken. The demonic power that erupted from the huge palm was extremely powerful. Traversing divine God is doomed. Everyone was inexplicably shocked to see that scene. Hee. On the mountain top, the Dark Knight Emperor gloated at traversing divine God who was trapped in the God-forbidding desolate domain. Roar. Traversing divine God roared angrily, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The void around him directly exploded. At the same time, the void-breaching divine spear in traversing divine God's hand turned into an immortal divine light. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. However, to everyone's astonishment, the giant hand descended from the sky and directly extinguished the beam of divine light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, a huge spear appeared in the void and was grabbed by the mysterious demon. What? Hierarch traversing sky shock was no small matter. His divine weapon had actually been snatched away by this fellow. Rumble. The huge demon hand obliterated. Damn it. Traversing divine God desperately circulated his divine power in an attempt to block the demon hand descending from the sky. However, the annihilating demon hand was invincible. The huge hand continued to obliterate. The endless divine powers that traversing divine God had unleashed were all ruthlessly obliterated by the huge hand. Boom! As the demon hand descended, traversing divine God was directly slapped by it. In the next moment, his entire body directly collapsed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The mysterious demon opened his mouth and inhaled. The cloud of blood mist was swallowed by him in one gulp. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Traversing divine God, who was almost invincible in the heavenly God realm, was actually killed just like that? Haha, what a pure spiritual essence. I like it. The mysterious demon laughed crazily, and the blood light in his eyes became extremely dazzling. The demonic power that erupted from his body became much stronger. A vertical eye emerged in the middle of the mysterious demon's eyebrows. It was a demonic eye, and it seemed like it was about to open. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out from the demonic eye. A dignified ultimate God is actually dead? The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the mysterious demon, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Interesting. Could this demon be the demons of the chaos demonic world? Gu Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the mysterious demon. Traversing divine God, who was known as the #1 ultimate God in the heavenly God realm, could not even withstand one move from the demon. The divine weapon in his hand was directly snatched away, and he died tragically under the demon's hand. The surrounding heavenly God realm emperor gods almost wet their pants. Some emperor gods immediately retreated. Were they going to stay there and wait for death? Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. At that moment, the demon took a deep breath and the entire forbidden god desolate domain shook violently. Countless divine lights rushed out from everywhere and were directly swallowed and refined by the demon. Even those black holes flew toward the demon and were swallowed by him. Soon, all the power in the entire forbidden god desolate domain was completely swallowed by the demon. The entire domain collapsed and countless mountains turned into flying ashes. Run! Those emperor gods who were still hesitating immediately began to run for their lives. Haha! It's too late. Come over here. Terrifying, devouring power erupted from the demon's body and covered the sky and earth. Countless emperor gods flew toward him involuntarily. Help! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Screams and cries could be heard everywhere. Those emperor gods who were usually high and mighty were so scared that they peed their pants. Only the mountain that Gu Fei was at was safe and sound. No matter how strong the devouring power of the demon was, it couldn't shake the mountain. The demon noticed the abnormality of the mountain that Gu Fei was at. At that moment, the emperor gods exploded around the demon and turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits were shattered, and they died right away. Master, this Emperor God Mo Yuan was shocked. The fighting power that the demon displayed was too nature-defying. Very soon, other than the mountain where Gu Fei was at, all the other god emperors were dead. All of them had fallen and were eaten by the demon. An extremely shocking sound of wind and thunder could be heard from the demon's body. Rays of dark light rushed out from his body and circled around him. Little brat, come over and let me eat you. The demon came to the other side of the mountain and looked at Gu Fei and the others coldly. Want to eat me? You aren't qualified. Gu Fei put his hands behind his back and looked at the demon calmly. What did you say? Chapter 4173. That day was the darkest day in the southern divine region of the heavenly god realm. It would be recorded in the cultivation history of the 5 divine regions of the heavenly god realm. On that day, the god-forbidding desolate domain disappeared. The god-forbidding desolate domain that had existed since the primordial era had completely disappeared from the southern divine region. The disappearance of the god-forbidding desolate domain shocked the world. The demon that escaped from the god-forbidding desolate domain was so powerful that the entire heavenly god realm was shaking. The appearance of the peerless demon changed the weather, the sun and the moon dimmed. His demonic might shook the 9 heavens. He even killed the number 1 ultimate god in the central divine region, Flying Divine Master, with a single slap. Then, the peerless demon performed a supreme divine ability. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the god emperors at the scene. Besides the emperor gods who had retreated previously, among the emperor gods present, only Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was under the protection of Gu Fei, the entire Wang family and the fat man were not eaten by the peerless demon. Fatty had long since put away his frivolous expression. He stared at the peerless demon in front of him with an incomparably solemn expression. Emperor God Mo Yuan even hid behind the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle between the true Dragon Emperor and the mysterious ultimate god seemed to have stopped. On the mountain, only Gu Fei was still calm. So what if the other party's demonic might is unparalleled? I'll just treat it as a gentle breeze. You're not qualified to eat me. Gu Fei looked at the peerless demon in front of him indifferently. Kill. The peerless great demon didn't waste any more words and directly slammed his palm down on the mountain. The huge demon palm covered the entire sky, completely covering the entire mountain under the demon palm. The demon palm pressed down. The clansmen of the Wang family on the mountain were extremely frightened. Those with weaker cultivation were already scared out of their wits. They collapsed on the ground and trembled. The peerless demon had devoured the power of the entire god-forbidding desolate domain. He had just devoured at least 23 god emperors. He had also devoured Flying Divine Master's divine way origin. After devouring so much power of the divine Tao, this peerless demon's strength had already risen to an unimaginable level. The demon slammed its palm down on the mountain. Before its palm could even land, The mighty energy waves emanating from the palm had already caused the void beneath it to be continuously destroyed. The ground near the hilltop undulated like waves from the impact of the energy waves descending from the sky. This sky was an existence that could casually slap traversing divinity to death. Everyone in the Wang family was terrified to the extreme, thinking that they were dead for sure this time. "You're all a bunch of cowards," Emperor God Mo Yuan said as he swept his gaze across the people from the Wang family. "If you're not scared, do you dare to go out?" The ancestor of the Wang family, Wang, said unhappily. "Humph. With Master here, it would be hard for you to die even if you wanted to," Emperor God Mo Yuan said solemnly. This, Wang immediately shut his mouth. Boom. At this moment, the demonic palm that descended from the sky suddenly stopped above the ancient cauldron. The void rippled like transparent water. What? Everyone was astonished to see that the demonic palm had stopped. The ancient cauldron was still floating in the sky without moving an inch. The extremely strong demonic power couldn't move the ancient cauldron at all. Boom. With a shake of the demonic palm, an even more powerful demonic power immediately surged out from the demonic palm. The void suddenly collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. However, even so, the demonic palm couldn't descend any further. The ancient cauldron didn't move an inch, and everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. This peerless demon was a terrifying existence that could slap traversing divinity to death. A small ancient cauldron had blocked the demonic palm of a peerless demon. The scene was absolutely shocking. The demonic palm engulfed heaven and earth as though it could destroy everything. However, it couldn't destroy the seemingly ordinary ancient cauldron above the hilltop. What kind of divine weapon is this? The ancestors of the Wang family were dumbfounded. Even a peerless divine weapon couldn't block the attack of a peerless demon. Was there a divine weapon stronger than a peerless divine weapon in the heavenly realm? A peerless divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly realm. However, from the looks of it, Gu Fei's divine weapon had probably surpassed that. "I told you, if you want to eat me, you really don't have the right." Gu Fei stood on the boulder with his hands behind his back. He looked at the demonic palm in the sky with a smile that wasn't a smile. Roar! The peerless demon roared angrily. An endless amount of demonic power exploded from his body and supported the demonic palm in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the demonic palm shook, and a power that could destroy the world erupted from the demonic palm. The entire world shook, and even the stars in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. However, this violent force that could shake heaven and earth still couldn't move the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron floated above the hilltop. No matter how strong the demonic palm was, it didn't move an inch. When the people of the Wang family saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The power of this ancient cauldron had already exceeded their understanding. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably unique in the heavenly realm. Gu Fei actually had such a powerful divine weapon. No wonder he could run amok in the heavenly realm, and even the Emperor of the Dark Night submitted to his feet. "All right, I've played enough. That's it," Gu Fei said indifferently. The peerless demon was shocked and angry. He had never been looked down upon like this. "You're not from this world." The peerless demon retracted his demonic palm and stood on the demonic cloud. He stared at Gu Fei on the hilltop and said coldly, "What? What did he say? Master is not from the heavenly realm? How is this possible?" Everyone on the hilltop was shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei was actually not from the heavenly realm. Where did he come from? From the upper realm? For the people of the heavenly realm, the upper realm was a legendary place. Only by cultivating to become an ultimate god could one break through the void and ascend to the upper realm. However, among the hundreds of millions of living beings in the heavenly realm, there were only a few who could cultivate to become an ultimate god. At this moment, Gu Fei pointed with his finger. In the next moment, a divine light directly rushed out from his fingertip and directly broke through the layers of demonic aura, penetrating the peerless demon's demonic body. How is this possible? The peerless demon was shocked to the extreme. "In my eyes, there's nothing impossible," Gu Fei said indifferently. "Damn it! The peerless demon was furious when he heard that. His whole body was blooming with demonic light. He opened his mouth and a terrifying demonic fire instantly swept the world. The demonic fire that fell from the sky directly enveloped the entire hilltop, burning the world and the void, silently annihilating. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been burned to ashes. However, this peerless demon could not even deal with an ancient cauldron. It was really embarrassing. Break! Gu Fei just stretched out his right hand and pushed upwards. Rumble! The void shook and the demonic fire that enveloped the entire hilltop was wiped out as if it had never appeared. Without any suspense, the peerless demon was directly sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles by Gu Fei's punch. You're also not from the heavenly realm. Who are you, and where are you from? Gu Fei looked at the peerless demon with his eyes becoming extremely sharp. Humph. The peerless demon just sneered a few times and did not say much. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from the peerless demon's body and directly rushed towards the hilltop where Gu Fei was. That was the destructive demonic light, condensed from simple and direct demonic power. The powerful demonic power was enough to penetrate everything. Boom! With a loud noise, the demonic light once again exploded in the void. The entire hilltop remained motionless as the powerful force could not affect the hilltop at all. This move of the peerless great demon was already his trump card. Even an existence with a similar cultivation level to him would find it difficult to block this attack of his. However, his attack still failed to shake the ancient cauldron in the sky, as it was turned into nothingness by the ancient cauldron's power. The ancient cauldron exuded an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. The ancient cauldron did not explode with any kind of power as the penetrating divine light dissipated in the void. At that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly rushed out from the hilltop. Master! The Wang clan could not help but be shocked when they saw that. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and Fatty were shocked. With the protection of the peerless divine weapon in the sky, the demon outside could not hurt them at all. Master actually walked out by himself. What was he going to do? Could it be that his cultivation level and combat power were stronger than Hung Tian Ultimate God, who was known as the #1 Ultimate God in the Central Divine Territory? There was no doubt that revered God traversing sky was powerful. Previously, he even battled with the Dark Knight Heavenly Emperor. This was something that anyone could see. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent, who unified the Dark Knight continent. How dare you come out? The peerless demon was surprised and delighted when he saw Gu Fei rushing out from the hilltop. He was thinking about how to break the ancient cauldron's power and eat all those guys on the hilltop. To this great fiend, the deity realm powerhouses on the top of the mountain were precisely his food that could allow him to recover his cultivation and combat strength. If they were on the hilltop, Gu Fei could use the ancient cauldron's power for his own use. Just now, Gu Fei must have used the ancient cauldron's power to blast him away. The peerless demon could not help but feel terrified thinking about the scene just now. The moment he was blasted away, he felt like he was facing death. At that moment, that power seemed to be able to threaten his life. However, Gu Fei had actually left the hilltop. If that was not courting death, then what was it? Show me what you've got. Gu Fei still had his hands behind his back as he looked indifferently at the peerless demon opposite him. You. Chapter 4174. The peerless great demon thought that Gu Fei was relying on a powerful divine artifact to block his attack just now. Now, Gu Fei actually walked out from the opposite mountain and walked out of the range of the divine weapon. In the eyes of the great demon, this was simply courting death. Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish, right? The great demon stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, It's hard to say who is the one courting death. Gu Fei stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said disapprovingly, Killing you only takes one finger. As the great demon said this, he directly pointed at Gu Fei. Swish! A beam of demonic light shot out from the tip of the peerless demon's finger and instantly pierced through Gu Fei's body. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack in the void where the finger light passed. The great demon sneered at Gu Fei. He wanted to see Gu Fei die under his finger light. However, a shocking and unbelievable scene appeared. When the great demon's finger light penetrated 3 feet away from Gu Fei, it was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? The great demon was dumbfounded. When everyone on the mountain saw this scene, they were shocked to the point of no return. At that moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand and directly collided with the great demon's finger light. In the next moment, the great demon's finger light directly exploded. After Gu Fei's finger light broke through the peerless great demon, its momentum did not decrease. It directly pierced through the peerless great demon at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! The peerless great demon was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Kill! The peerless great demon let out a furious roar as a fist that was even larger than a mountain smashed towards Gu Fei. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. Good timing. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand into a fist. Then, he directly threw a punch at his opponent's fist. His fist was just an ordinary person's fist. Compared to his opponent's fist that was even larger than a mountain, it was simply incomparable. However, it was this small fist that blocked the fist that was larger than a mountain. At the top of the mountain, everyone was stunned by this scene. Bam! Gu Fei's right hand shook, and a violent fist force erupted from his fist. In the next moment, the peerless demon was sent flying. You can't even withstand a single blow, and you still dare to be impudent in front of me? Gu Fei took a step out and instantly caught up to the great demon that was flying backwards. He then stomped down on the great demon. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei stomped the peerless great demon down from the sky. Boom! The great demon fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. A cloud of dust rose up. Roar! The great demon roared and rushed out from the ground. Little brat! The great demon was in an incomparably sorry state. His eyes were red. He was actually stomped down from the sky by a little brat. To him, this was absolutely a great humiliation. He took a step out and the entire void trembled. In the next moment, he turned into a demonic dragon and pounced towards Gu Fei. Dragon-like demonic energy? Seeing this, Gu Fei casually slashed forward with his right hand. He used his hand as a blade, but this blade didn't seem to have any power. It was light as a feather and the blade was like the wind. However, it was this blade that directly broke through the layers of demonic energy of the great demon and slashed the head of the demonic dragon that the great demon transformed into. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood suddenly appeared, and the great demon retreated. One of the goat horns on his head was actually chopped off by Gu Fei. If he didn't retreat in time, his head would have been chopped off by the other party's blade energy. What? When the Emperor of Dark Night, Fatty and the others saw this scene, their eyes widened and their eyeballs almost fell out. Gu Fei actually sent the great demon flying with a punch, and then stomped the great demon down from the sky. Now, he even chopped off one of the goat horns on the great demon's head. With this, even the Emperor of Dark Night was stunned. The great demon was a demon with a great background, but his cultivation was incomparably strong. He killed divine, venerable, sky-traversing divinity with a slap. With such cultivation, in this small, heavenly divine realm, he was absolutely an invincible existence. However, Gu Fei could ruthlessly oppress the great demon. Didn't this mean that Gu Fei's cultivation was far above the great demon? Gu Fei looked at the peerless great demon and shook his head indifferently. At this moment, the great demon was in so much pain that his face turned pale. He was even trembling when he spoke. Demonic blood seeped out from his broken horn and dripped down from the sky. Originally, he looked down on Gu Fei and thought that Gu Fei only relied on an invincible divine weapon to be able to contend against him. However, who would have thought that Gu Fei actually had real skills and that his cultivation was so strong that it was hard for others to imagine? Let me send you on your way. After saying that, Gu Fei took another step forward. In a flash, he arrived before the great demon. Next, He unleashed a punch at the great demon. Bam! However, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the great demon's chest. Then, the great demon's chest caved in and a fist mark appeared on his back. The great demon flew up and smashed hundreds of thousands of miles away. He even slid for thousands of miles, leaving a huge mark on the ground. The insufferably arrogant great demon was completely suppressed by Gu Fei. The great demon was going crazy. He rushed back. Although he was in a very bad state, he wasn't badly injured and was still extremely strong. I only need 3 punches to kill you. Gu Fei looked at the great demon coldly and said, Arg, I am going to tear you into pieces. The peerless great demon let out a furious roar. His body moved and pounced towards Gu Fei. This single pounce of his caused the entire void to seem as though it was about to collapse and shatter. At this moment, the great demon was violent, tyrannical, ruthless, and indomitable. However, in the face of such a ferocious move, Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. He placed his left hand behind his back and clenched the fingers of his right hand before punching out. Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch directly broke through the peerless great demon's earth-shattering momentum and smashed against the peerless great demon's fists. At the next moment, a hair-raising sound of bones breaking rang out. The great demon cried out in pain and was sent flying back while coughing out a huge mouthful of blood. On the mountain top, everyone was stunned. Even the Dark Knight Emperor squinted his eyes at this moment as his eyes shone with a bright gleam. One punch. Gu Fei took a step out and instantly caught up to the great demon. He then punched out at the great demon. The great demon roared out in a frenzy and attacked with all his might. His demonic fist was like a black shooting star that clashed against Gu Fei's fist. One punch shaking heaven and earth. The great demon was going all out. His fist force was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. It indeed had the power to shake the heavens and earth. But unfortunately, the person he encountered was Gu Fei. In his eyes, a peerless great devil's cultivation was nothing. Without any suspense, the great demon was sent flying again. This time, both his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Second punch. Gu Fei suddenly grinned as he spoke. The power of his physical body exploded and a faint layer of flames appeared on his fist. He immediately followed up with a third punch. It was a simple and direct punch that did not use any battle skills. However, the yuan qi that erupted from Gu Fei's fist was as tyrannical as an avalanche. Boom! Tyrannical, violent, and indomitable power instantly blasted onto the body of the peerless great demon. The next moment, the great demon exploded. Everything on his body shattered under the impact of Gu Fei's fist force. Even his primordial spirit was thrown out. Then, it shattered in the void and turned into soul light. These soul lights immediately dissipated in the void. His body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? Emperor Godemo Yuan couldn't believe it. The great demon who could kill Flying Divine Sir with one slap was killed by his master in 3 punches. Only 3 punches. Killing the great demon in 3 punches, the fighting power that Gu Fei displayed shocked everyone. Even a ruthless person like Emperor Dark Knight was stunned. The Dark Knight the Arch and the heaven-traversing divinity's cultivation and battle prowess were almost on par. That peerless demon could kill the heaven-traversing divinity with a slap, so he could also easily kill him. Such a strong existence wasn't Master's match. Master was too strong. Everyone was in awe of Gu Fei, and they didn't dare to be negligent. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. The clansmen of Wang family suddenly shouted. Everyone was excited. Gu Fei was invincible. Their status rose with the tide, and no one dared to do anything to the Wang family. Invincible. The fatty looked at Gu Fei and muttered to himself. Then, there was a strong wave of power from afar. The battle between Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god hadn't ended yet. The 2 experts were fighting with all their might, and they were in a sorry state. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them. Go and settle it. Gu Fei said to Emperor Dark Knight. Yes. Emperor Dark Knight nodded and soared into the sky towards the direction of the great battle. Very soon, Emperor Dark Knight saw the mountain ridge in front of him filled with dust and soil. Two figures were moving continuously. Hong. A figure was sent flying and smashed a mountain peak 10,000 miles away. Die. A huge dragon rushed out of the endless dust and instantly appeared in front of the mysterious ultimate god. Its huge dragon claw directly came down from the sky and grabbed the mysterious ultimate god. Break. Chapter 4175. Gu Fei had killed a peerless demon in 3 punches. Everyone on the mountain was shocked to the extreme. That was a demon that had killed the number 1 ultimate god in the central divine region with a single slap. Their master had killed it in 3 punches. Didn't that mean their master was invincible? The Dark Knight Emperor and the fatty knew that Gu Fei was going to the central divine region to retrieve the origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth, the source of all things, contained the purest energy of heaven and earth in the entire heavenly god realm. Once Gu Fei devoured that vast amount of energy, he would be invincible in all 3,000 realms, even if his cultivation wouldn't return to its peak. Meanwhile, a great battle was still going on in the southern divine region. The battle between the mysterious ultimate god of the heavenly god realm and the true dragon emperor was equally exciting. However, no one was watching the battle anymore. The god emperors who came to watch the battle deserved it. If they had retreated when they saw the situation was bad, they might not have been eaten by the peerless demon. Today was the day of emperor's fall. So many god emperors had fallen in a single day. This was unprecedented in the cultivation history of the heavenly god realm. Even during the darkest era of the heavenly god realm, dozens of god emperors and several ultimate gods had fallen in a single day. Roar! The mysterious ultimate god roared and wanted to retreat. However, the true dragon emperor wasn't a pushover either. He held the mysterious ultimate god back. The ultimate god of the heavenly god realm was anxious. He had seen the scene where Gu Fei killed the peerless demon in 3 punches. He was scared out of his wits. If Gu Fei attacked him, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Boom! The mysterious ultimate god immediately self-destructed, and the violent power instantly increased tenfold. The destructive power instantly spread for thousands of miles and shrouded the true dragon emperor in an instant. Not only did it envelop the true dragon emperor, it also enveloped the mountain where Gu Fei was. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had just arrived, was unlucky. He encountered the mysterious ultimate god's self-destruction as soon as he arrived. This self-destruction was definitely the most extreme kind of attack. The power produced by the mysterious ultimate god's self-destruction was definitely several times stronger than his peak strength. One should know that this was a combat power that came from risking his life. Damn it! Before the Dark Knight Emperor could finish his thought, he was drowned by the mighty power of extermination. Instantly, he felt like he was in a chaotic turbulence. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor desperately used his divine power to resist the destructive power coming from all directions. A mass of black light emerged directly from the Dark Knight Emperor's body, directly supporting the surrounding destructive power. He immediately used his strongest trump card, the Dark World Great Technique. However, this great technique could only barely protect him at this moment. The true dragon, the Arch, who was at the center of the explosion, was in a miserable state. The vast and terrifying power directly shattered the scales on his body, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. He didn't even know how many of his bones were broken. The true Dragon Emperor was bleeding all over. The terrifying power almost tore his true dragon divine body apart. He could only struggle to hold on. The destructive power formed by the mysterious Divine Lord's self-destruction almost wiped out everything. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were greatly impacted, especially the True Dragon Emperor. The power of the mysterious Divine Lord's self-destruction lasted for half an hour. When the power dissipated, everything on the ground was directly wiped out, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Damn it! A figure soared into the sky in an extremely miserable state. The person's clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his body. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. It was the first time he was so embarrassed by someone. At this moment, a huge dragon laid on the ground like a mountain range. The dragon's body was full of wounds, and even the dragon's horns were broken. He was lying on the ground with serious injuries and was on the verge of death. With the mysterious Divine Lord's self-destruction as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was only one mountain that was intact. Not a tree, a blade of grass, or a stone on the mountain were damaged. An ancient cauldron was suspended above the mountain. Although it was only emitting a wisp of chi, it was able to protect the entire mountain. At this moment, everyone on the mountain, except for Gu Fei, was dumbfounded. What just happened? The surrounding scenery had changed. I didn't expect that guy to be able to control the range of his self-destruction. On the big rock on the mountain, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the self-destruction point with a profound look in his eyes. Self-destruction? Everyone in the Wang family was shocked to hear that. It turned out that the terrifying scene just now was caused by a self-destruction. Who self-destructed? Who would self-destruct if they were not forced into a corner? Self-destruction was suicide, and it was the last resort to perish together with the enemy. As long as there was a chance to live, who would be willing to die? Interesting. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Seeing Gu Fei smile, Wang Xian and the others were extremely nervous. Once their master smiled, something must have happened. At this moment, a faint wave of divine thoughts suddenly appeared in the area where the mysterious Divine Lord self-destructed. He's not dead, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Soon, countless small figures appeared in the area of self-destruction. They were countless mysterious Divine Lords, and the mysterious Divine Lord had thousands of clones. How is this possible? At this moment, Fatty exclaimed. Some of the mysterious Divine Lord's clones were so small that they were almost invisible to the naked eye. These clones shot up into the sky at the same time and rushed together. Soon, a figure appeared in the void. That person was the mysterious Divine Lord. He's not dead even after self-destruction? The Wang family's experts were stunned. That was self-destruction. Didn't the mysterious Divine Lord die on the spot? How could he recover? This was too heaven-defying. Could it be the 9 Deaths evil skill? Fatty suddenly said. 9 Deaths evil skill? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he heard that. That's right. This is an evil skill that allows one to die 9 times. This evil skill has been lost since ancient times. I can't believe that someone in this world has cultivated the 9 Deaths evil skill. Fatty looked at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Can die 9 times? Doesn't that mean that he has 9 lives? The Wang family's ancestral patriarchs were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of the 9 Deaths evil skill. There's such an evil skill in this world? Gu Fei was surprised. In his opinion, the 9 Deaths evil skill paled in comparison to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret skill. The mysterious Divine Lord could die 9 times, but the 10th time meant that he would die for real. Boom. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation erupted from the figure in the distant sky. He seems to be stronger than before. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This mystique was not bad, but it had a fatal flaw. The person could only die 9 times. Once he died, he would be dead for real. Each time he dies, his cultivation base and combat strength will increase exponentially. He will be at least 1 to 3 times stronger than before, Fatty continued to explain. So there's such a benefit. Gu Fei came to a sudden realization when he heard this. Although this divine ability had a fatal flaw, it also had great benefits. How dare you force me to self-destruct? All of you deserve to die. The mysterious Divine Lord stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and said coldly. The Dark Knight Emperor was inexplicably shocked. He could sense the tyrannical power in the mysterious Divine Lord's body. That power was enough to threaten him. Do you have what it takes? A voice was suddenly heard. Little fella, don't think that you're invincible just because you killed a peerless demon. I can kill that demon now too, the mysterious Divine Lord said proudly. That's my master. Don't you dare be presumptuous. The Dark Knight Emperor shouted at the mysterious Divine Lord. Master? The mysterious Divine Lord was stunned. Did this black-robed young man have a powerful background? He's the master of the Dark Knight Emperor? The Dark Knight Emperor was almost invincible. If he could subdue the Dark Knight Emperor, wouldn't this black-robed young man's cultivation base be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, the mysterious Divine Lord immediately put away his contemptuous gaze. Kill. The mysterious ultimate god did not waste any time and immediately attacked the Emperor of the Dark Knight. A beam of divine light shot out from his body and pierced through the void. However, the pitch-black void around the Dark Knight Emperor directly swallowed the divine light that pierced through. The figure directly disappeared into the dark void around the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble. The mysterious ultimate god rushed forward, and a violent force erupted from his body. It was as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Dark world. The Dark Knight Emperor roared, and a mass of dark light emerged from his body. It instantly shrouded the area with a radius of 1,000 miles and was shrouded by the dark light. However, the mysterious Divine Lord directly broke through the layers of dark world, and with irresistible force, he suddenly appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor was really shocked. This guy could actually use brute force to break his supernatural power. It was really hard to imagine how powerful such power was. Swoosh. The Dark Knight Emperor wanted to escape, but the next moment, a fist smashed towards him. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor was directly blasted away, and one of his eyes was swollen. He was slapped in the face. So powerful. On the top of the mountain, Fatty and the others were in disbelief. After this guy died once, he actually became so powerful that he could bully the existence of a great emperor? How is this possible? The Dark Knight Emperor retreated, but the mysterious Divine Lord followed him like a shadow and continued to attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Dark Knight Emperor's extremely powerful divine body was blasted, and a small part of his body on the right side directly turned into a blood mist. So powerful! The Dark Knight Emperor had to admit that the mysterious Divine Lord was really strong. So strong that even he was not a match for him. This was too depressing. Chapter 4176. The mysterious ultimate god cultivated the mysterious and unpredictable 9 deaths evil technique. Every time he died, he would be reborn, and his cultivation and combat power would increase tremendously. However, this evil technique had a fatal flaw. As long as the mysterious ultimate god cultivated this evil technique, he could only die 9 times. Every time he died, it would be like going through a cycle, and his entire person would undergo a transformation. If the mysterious ultimate god were to be killed for the 10th time, he would not be reborn and would really be dead. At this time, the Dark Knight Emperor, who was originally on par with the mysterious ultimate god, was unlucky. After the mysterious ultimate god was reborn, his cultivation was so strong that he could defeat the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble. The mysterious ultimate god was like a supreme ruler, looking down on everything as his powerful and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. How is this possible? On the hill where Gu Fei was, the higher-ups of the Wang family were all dumbfounded. On the hill, the mysterious ultimate god looked at the people around him with contempt. Half of the Dark Knight Emperor's body was blown up, and his divine body was severely injured. However, he was the strongest existence in the Dark Knight continent after all. The Dark Knight Emperor's essence, chi and spirit were extremely powerful. His wounds were healing rapidly, and his flesh and bones were growing again. In just a few breaths' time, the Dark Knight Emperor had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. This was unbelievable. The mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful. Come here. The mysterious ultimate god stretched out his right hand, and the Dark Knight Emperor flew towards him involuntarily. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and quickly activated his mystic arts. Dark Knight World. The Dark Knight Emperor once again performed his strongest killer move. A ball of black light emerged from his body and destroyed everything. However, this time, he was really unlucky. The Dark Knight force could not destroy the mysterious ultimate god's power, which made him shocked and angry. How dare you force me to self-destruct? I want all of you to die. The mysterious ultimate god roared with a ferocious face. He was full of murderous intent, as if he was the supreme god of death that rushed out from hell. Dying once was equivalent to losing a life. The mysterious divinity had cultivated the 9 deaths evil technique, so he had 9 lives. Dying once was equivalent to having 1 less life. The mysterious divine lord was furious that he was forced to self-destruct. Boom! Just as the Dark Knight Emperor was about to be grabbed by the mysterious ultimate god, a divine axe slashed out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. An extremely powerful force burst out. This was the heaven-breaking divine axe, a divine weapon that was as powerful as the strongest divine weapon in the heavenly god realm, the void-breaking divine spear. Heaven and earth changed color as soon as the axe was swung. The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe cut through the void and slashed the mysterious ultimate god's right hand. However, there was only a clang. When the dazzling light blade collided with the mysterious divinity's right hand, a metallic sound was heard. The mysterious divine Venerable's right hand looked as if it was made of peerless divine iron. This was inexplicably shocking. The scene shocked the Dark Knight Emperor, who had always been known for his tyrannical body, as he had never expected that the mysterious ultimate god's divine body had been cultivated to such a powerful level. This was a physical body that could take on a peerless divine weapon. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He held the heaven-breaking divine axe with both hands and slashed at the mysterious ultimate god with all his might. This attack was much more powerful than the previous one, as if it could really split the entire sky in half. Swoosh! The light blade that rushed out from the divine axe tore the sky and earth apart, leaving a deep mark between heaven and earth. The Dark Knight Emperor displayed his strongest power in this attack. He and the divine axe became one, and the two forces merged perfectly. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful combat power erupted. The devouring power that erupted from the mysterious ultimate god's right hand was directly broken by the Dark Knight Emperor's axe. However, what made the Dark Knight Emperor vomit blood was that the mysterious ultimate god only waved his hand and blocked his attack. It was so easy and effortless. The mysterious ultimate god waved his hand, and the Dark Knight Emperor was once again sent flying while vomiting blood. Just when the Dark Knight Emperor was completely suppressed by the mysterious ultimate god, Gu Fei directly inserted a divine elixir into the true Dragon Emperor's body. In the next moment, the medicinal power contained in the divine elixir spread throughout the true Dragon Emperor's body. Soon, the wounds on the true Dragon Emperor's body disappeared. A powerful wave of energy was released from the true Dragon Emperor's body. The true dragon, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, had actually recovered. Roar! The next moment, the giant dragon roared into the sky. The dragon's aura was so powerful that it seemed like the world was about to explode. Then, the giant dragon soared into the sky and joined the battle. He was injured by the mysterious ultimate god and naturally wanted revenge. The giant dragon claw directly grabbed at the mysterious ultimate god. The powerful force easily shattered the void between heaven and earth. Haha, what's there to be afraid of if you guys come at me together? The mysterious ultimate god laughed wildly and said. He looked at Gu Fei in the distance with disdain, not taking Gu Fei seriously at all. You're courting death. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor joined forces to fight the mysterious ultimate god. They were shocked to see the mysterious ultimate god disrespecting Gu Fei. No one knew better than them how powerful Gu Fei was. Even though the mysterious ultimate god had died once and his combat power had increased to the point where he could easily suppress the Dark Knight Emperor, he was still not strong enough in front of Gu Fei. However, the scene of the mysterious ultimate god fighting against 2 great emperors alone had stunned the Wang family's higher-ups on the mountain where Gu Fei was. Those were 2 great emperors, yet the mysterious ultimate god could fight against 2 great emperors. What a terrifying 9 deaths evil technique. Even Fatty was shocked when he saw this scene. The 9 deaths evil technique could increase a cultivator's battle power, and it was a shortcut. Of course, if one wanted to obtain great power, it was impossible to do so without paying a certain price. At that moment, only Gu Fei was still calm, as if there was nothing in this world that could affect him. The three supreme experts were fighting crazily, and the energy fluctuations that erupted were too strong. All living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were terrified to the extreme. In the eyes of the mysterious ultimate God and the others, the world was like a piece of paper that could be easily torn and crushed. Originally, it was impossible for the Dark Knight Emperor to fight against the mysterious ultimate God alone. However, with the addition of the true Dragon Emperor, it was a different story. The two great emperors joined forces and were barely on par with the mysterious ultimate God. The true Dragon Emperor was extremely ferocious. From time to time, he would transform into his human form to fight against the mysterious ultimate God. From time to time, he would revert to his original form. His huge dragon body would cross the sky and force the mysterious ultimate God to retreat. The divine elixir that Gu Fei took out was not comparable to those divine elixirs in the heavenly divine realm. The true Dragon Emperor, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, immediately became extremely powerful after eating one. His cultivation base became even stronger. Gu Fei did not plan to take action. Existences of this level might be invincible in the heavenly divine realm, but in the upper realm, any god would be stronger than these guys. Even if the Dark Knight Emperor and the others were invincible in the heavenly god realm, when they reached the higher realms, they could only cultivate from the beginning in order to obtain even stronger power. Bam! Boom! Dull sounds of collision could be heard continuously. The sky and the void were shaking. The speed of the three figures in the sky was so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were sent flying from time to time. The mysterious ultimate God was also affected. However, his divine body was extremely strong, and even the Dark Knight Emperor was no match for him. Bam! The mysterious ultimate God punched the Dark Knight Emperor's shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The bones in his left shoulder and arm were shattered. At the same time, the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand flew out and struck the mysterious ultimate God. The divine axe that was said to be able to break the sky only made the Dark Knight Emperor's body sway a little. He was not injured at all. So weak. The mysterious ultimate God said disdainfully. You, the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were shocked and angry. The injury on the Dark Knight Emperor's left shoulder was healing quickly. Kill. The mysterious ultimate God waved his hand and countless divine lights pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor. Each of the divine lights pierced through the sky and earth. A mass of black light burst out from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. The void that was sealed by the mysterious ultimate God was immediately shaken by the burst of power. Countless divine lights that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were blocked by the black light. At this moment, the true Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball smashed towards the mysterious ultimate God. The mysterious ultimate God sneered. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the Dragon Ball that was smashing towards him. The next moment, an almost transparent divine fire erupted from the Dragon Ball and engulfed the mysterious ultimate God in the divine fire. However, the terrifying divine fire could not hurt the mysterious ultimate God at all. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw that. The battle was evenly matched. How long were they going to fight? He was getting impatient. All right, I'll send you on your way. The mysterious ultimate God roared and attacked. Without any suspense, the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were directly blasted away. The mysterious ultimate God took a step forward and instantly caught up with the Dark Knight Emperor who was flying backward. He then stepped on the Dark Knight Emperor from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. To be able to die by my hands, your lives have not been in vain. The mysterious ultimate God was about to attack. At this moment, a figure silently appeared next to him. What? The mysterious ultimate God was shocked. He did not even notice that the person had appeared next to him. Did that mean that the person's cultivation level was higher than his? The mysterious ultimate God was even more shocked when he thought of that. Chapter 4177. The Nine Deaths evil skill was strange and powerful. Those who cultivated the evil skill would have their cultivation and fighting power soar every time they died. However, it varied from person to person as to how much their cultivation would soar every time they died. Some people had nature-defying physique and their power would soar tenfold or even higher after dying once. Even those with weak physique would have their power soar by at least 2 or 3 times after cultivating the 9 Deaths evil skill. However, this evil technique had been lost since ancient times. No one would have thought that this mysterious divinity had actually cultivated the 9 Deaths evil technique. After being reborn, the mysterious ultimate god was extremely powerful. There was divine flame surging from his body, as though there was a ball of divine fire burning on his body. There was a power that was so powerful that even Gu Fei was surprised by it. Then, even if the Emperor of Dark Night and the Emperor of True Dragon teamed up, they wouldn't be his match. Hong. The mysterious ultimate god descended from the sky, and there was a loud thud. The Emperor of Dark Night, who was invincible in the Dark Night continent, was stepped down from the sky by the mysterious ultimate god. Stepping on a great emperor, the scene was extremely shocking. Since ancient times, who was so strong that they could step on a great emperor? On the mountain where Gu Fei was, besides Gu Fei, everyone else was dumbfounded. Could he be? Fatty suddenly thought of a person who had fallen countless years ago, a person who couldn't possibly appear in the current world. You know who this guy is? Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was standing at the side, heard and was shocked. Such a powerful existence definitely had a shocking origin. Everyone was very curious about it. Impossible. How is it possible? How could he still be alive? Fatty shook his head with all his might. Who is that guy? Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Fatty curiously and anxiously. Everyone else looked at Fatty and waited for him to continue. The 9 Deaths Evil Lord is the ultimate god who created the 9 Deaths evil technique. Haha, I never expected anyone in the heaven divine world to remember me. The mysterious ultimate god laughed. Is it really him? Fatty was indescribably shocked. How could a person who was clearly dead still be alive? Back then, because the 9 Death Evil Lord cultivated an evil technique, he slaughtered innocents. In the end, he provoked an existence that he should not have provoked. As a result, the Evil Lord was unlucky. The battle back then was earth-shattering and ended with the fall of the 9 Deaths Evil Lord. A person who had clearly fallen suddenly appeared here. This shocked everyone to the extreme. To be able to die by this sovereign's hands, your lives have not been in vain. 9 Death Evil Lord grinned and was about to kill the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor. However, at this moment, a figure silently appeared beside the 9 Death Evil Sovereign. What? 9 Death Evil Lord's shock was not small at all. It's you? When the 9 Death Evil Lord saw that person, he was shocked again. You think you can kill my people just because you want to? The man looked at the 9 Deaths Evil Lord indifferently. Not just them. Even you and I will be killed. The 9 Death Evil Lord grinned hideously and attacked. He extended his right hand, and a terrifying divine power spread out. In an instant, the space around him was sealed and everything was destroyed. However, the next moment, the Evil Lord's expression changed. The black-robed young man stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. The destructive power that was spreading out from his hands was actually blocked 3 feet away from him. You! The 9 Death Evil Lord stared at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Master! At this moment, the True Dragon Emperor flew over. The Dark Knight Emperor, who had been stepped down from the sky by the 9 Death Evil Lord, also rushed up from the ground. You are their master? The 9 Death Evil Lord was shocked. Where did this guy come from? He actually made 2 nearly invincible great emperors surrender. They were not ordinary people. They were great emperors. Kneel, surrender, live, resist, die. Gu Fei looked at the 9 Death Evil Lord and said calmly. He did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. If he did not surrender, then he would kill him. What did you say? You want me to kneel and surrender? 9 Death Evil Lord was enraged when he heard this. A shocking killing intent immediately erupted from his body, causing the surrounding space to constantly tremble. He was once an invincible existence in the world, and this guy actually dared to ask him to surrender? The fact that he looked down on him made the Nine-Death Evil Lord extremely angry. My master told you to kneel, so kneel. Why are you talking so much nonsense? True Dragon Emperor roared at Nine-Death Evil Lord. Nine-Death Evil Lord was a good opponent, and True Dragon Emperor did not want to see Nine-Death Evil Lord die in Gu Fei's hands. Haha, a great emperor has fallen to become someone else's slave. Today, my eyes have been opened. The Nine-Death Evil Lord laughed and said. The Nine-Death Evil Lord did not know how powerful and terrifying Gu Fei was. You, the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were both shocked and angry. They wanted to warn him, but this guy did not listen. There was nothing they could do. Not surrender? Then go to hell, Gu Fei said and pointed at the Nine-Death Evil Lord. Swoosh! A cold light flashed in the void. The next moment, a bloody light directly rushed out from the Nine-Death Evil Lord's forehead. The speed of the divine light was so fast that even the Nine-Death Evil Lord could not dodge it. In just a snap of a finger, Gu Fei had seriously injured the Nine-Death Evil Lord. The Nine-Death Evil Lord screamed and immediately retreated. His glabella was pierced. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have died. However, this guy was the Nine-Death Evil Lord. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched out. It looked like the most ordinary punch, but the next moment, the Nine-Death Evil Lord did not even have time to scream before his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Simple and direct. One blow killed the Nine-Death Evil Lord. A figure could be seen rushing up to the sky from the bloody mist, trying to escape. It was the Nine-Death Evil Lord's primordial spirit. He did not want to die again as he did not have much time left. If he continued to die, he would really die. However, at that moment, his life was no longer in his hands. Rumble! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, causing the void to tremble. A huge hand directly grabbed the beam of divine light in his hand. Everyone was shocked to see that scene. Killing the Nine-Death Evil Emperor with one punch and grabbing his primordial spirit. Such combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were stunned when they saw that scene. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. The essence spirit of Nine-Death's Evil Emperor, who was caught in Gu Fei's hand, was terrified to the extreme. He never thought that he could not even withstand a single move from Gu Fei. At that moment, he finally knew why the True Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor, who were great emperors, had to surrender to Gu Fei. At that moment, he was filled with regret. Too late, Gu Fei said as he exerted force in his right hand. The next moment, the divine light in his hand exploded, and the Nine-Death Evil Lord's primordial spirit also exploded. Specks of spiritual light dissipated in the void. The Nine-Death Evil Lord had died again. Can't even withstand a single blow, Gu Fei said indifferently. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor glanced at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. The stronger their master was, the more uneasy they felt. One should know that the stronger Gu Fei was, the harder it was for them to break free from Gu Fei's control and regain their freedom. The Nine-Death Evil Emperor cultivated the Nine-Death Evil technique. Although he was killed by Gu Fei, he was not truly dead. Rumble. At that moment, the entire void suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying aura appeared. In an instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. A figure walked out from the void. This person was none other than the Nine-Death's Evil Emperor. Damn it! The Nine-Death Evil Emperor was enraged. He glared fiercely at Gu Fei with bloodshot eyes. The aura from his body was even stronger than before. The energy ripples from his body shook the heavens and earth. It was as if he could destroy the entire world with just a wave of his hand. He could only die 9 times. Every time he died, he would be one step closer to true death. However, his cultivation was also increasing at an insane rate. Surrender or die. Gu Fei looked at the Nine-Death Evil Emperor coldly. Even though his opponent's strength had increased again, Gu Fei's face was still as calm as before. He did not see him as a threat at all. Go to hell. The Nine-Death Evil Emperor roared and directly punched out at Gu Fei. The violent and powerful punch directly shattered the void. Even the chaotic chi was forced out by him. This punch formed a terrifying destructive storm. The destructive energy covered the heavens and earth as it rushed towards Gu Fei. However, such a powerful punch could only reach a meter away from Gu Fei before it was blocked by an invisible force. What? The Nine-Death Evil Emperor's shock was no small matter. The power of this punch was strong enough to shatter the void. And yet, it couldn't even destroy a mere human? Boom. The Nine-Death Evil Emperor punched out once more at Gu Fei. This punch was once again blocked a meter away from Gu Fei. In the next instant, the Nine-Death Evil Emperor attacked in a frenzy. Countless figures appeared in the void as his fists rained down on Gu Fei like raindrops. The concentrated sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The void around Gu Fei's body exploded. Even the chaotic chi was forced out, as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Against such a ferocious attack, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back with a calm look on his face. He did not make a move at all, allowing the Nine-Death Evil Emperor to attack him. So strong. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were both stunned by the power displayed by the Nine-Death Evil Emperor. At this moment, the Nine-Death Evil Emperor was extremely strong. They might not even be able to take a single punch from the Nine-Death Evil Emperor. Chapter 4178. High up in the sky, the void was filled with Nine-Death Evil Lords' silhouettes. Countless fists covered in black flames were crazily bombarding towards Gu Fei. Every punch broke the heavens and the earth and shattered the void. Its power was so strong that even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor could not withstand a single punch. This kind of power was so strong that it shook the heavens and the earth. It could break the void and ascend to the upper realm. Of course, wanting to break the void and ascend to the upper realm was not an easy thing to do. All kinds of preparations had to be made, and it was not something that could be done at any time. After all, the celestial realm was only a mid-level world. The laws of heaven and earth were not complete. Ascending to the upper realm would be met with all kinds of dangers. The degree of danger could even be compared to heavenly tribulations. Therefore, even the great emperors and the ultimate gods, who had the cultivation and strength to ascend to the upper realm, were not willing to rashly attempt it. After Nine-Death Evil Lord's rebirth, his power had soared to a level that even the great emperors could not compare to. With such power, he could at least be invincible in the celestial realm. But he still did not dare to ascend to the upper realm. The Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor had never thought that there would be such a person in the celestial realm. Nine-Death Evil Lord was extremely powerful, and he had 9 lives. Every time he died, his cultivation and battle power would soar. Such an existence was almost invincible. However, today, Nine-Death Evil Lord had met his match. A black-robed young man stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. No matter how crazily Nine-Death Evil Lord attacked, he did not even raise his hand. A formless power spread out from his body and actually blocked all of Nine-Death Evil Lord's attacks. Nine-Death Evil Lord madly attacked for a while, but could not break through the protective power of Gu Fei's body. This caused Nine-Death Evil Lord to be extremely shocked. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei was a little impatient. His body shook, and a wave of divine power immediately burst out from his body. With a loud bang, the countless figures around him were directly scattered. Countless figures disappeared, and only one figure was rapidly retreating. This figure was the real body of Nine-Death Evil Lord. In front of Gu Fei's absolute power, Nine-Death Evil Lord had no choice but to retreat. However, no matter how fast he retreated, he could not dodge Gu Fei's attack. Whoosh! Gu Fei sent out a slap towards that figure. Divine power surged in the surroundings, and a huge palm appeared in the sky. Bam! With a muffled sound, Nine-Death Evil Lord was sent flying by Gu Fei's palm. He kept coughing up blood, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! Nine-Death Evil Lord was extremely shocked. How could this guy be so powerful? He had already died twice, but he was still not a match for this guy? Gu Fei's slap had almost smashed him, giving his god body a great impact. This When the Dark Knight Emperor, the true Dragon Emperor, and the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. There would always be someone stronger than you. There would always be someone stronger than you. Nine Death Evil Lord was strong enough, but Gu Fei was stronger than him. I can't kill you with one slap? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He had not used the eternal real bones power, but the power of his slap was definitely enough to kill an ultimate god. However, Nine Death Evil Lord was not killed by Gu Fei's slap. At that moment, Nine Death Evil Lord was afraid and turned around to escape. Facing an invincible existence like Gu Fei, only a fool would not run. However, could he escape? Gu Fei's huge palm appeared again and directly fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Nine Death Evil Lord was directly slapped down from the sky, and his huge palm directly pressed on the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and the ground undulated like waves from the impact. Boss is too awesome. Fatty was inexplicably shocked. One must know that was Nine Death Evil Lord. Even in the distant past, Nine Death Evil Lord was also one of the top experts. Back then, he was besieged by 3 ultimate gods and was defeated. Not long after, the news of Nine Death Evil Lord's death spread. However, the authenticity of the news was questionable. Sure enough, after countless years, Nine Death Evil Lord was still alive and did not die. The fact that Gu Fei could defeat the Nine Death Evil Lord meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were stronger than the Nine Death Evil Lord. Roar! An enraged roar rang out from the ground. In the next moment, the entire ground exploded as a figure rushed out from the ground. An extremely violent power erupted from this figure, causing the color of the sky to change. Kill! Nine Death Evil Lord roared and attacked crazily. Clang! Divine chains directly rushed out from his body and entangled Gu Fei. Facing Nine Death Evil Lord's attack, Gu Fei only punched out. It was a very ordinary punch, but it directly shattered the entangling divine chains. Without any suspense, Nine Death Evil Lord was once again blasted away. Nine Death Evil Lord almost went crazy. This guy was too strong, and he could not even escape. Stop, please stop, I am willing to surrender. Nine Death Evil Lord saw that Gu Fei was about to attack again and hurriedly shouted, "Now you are willing to surrender?" Gu Fei looked at Nine Death Evil Lord indifferently and said, I am willing, master. Please spare my life." Nine Death Evil Lord directly knelt down in the void in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then pointed out with a finger, and a brand directly rushed out from the tip of his finger, then entered the body of the Nine Deaths Evil Lord and disappeared. "Your life and death is in my hands," Gu Fei said to Nine Death Evil Lord. With Nine Death Evil Lord's cultivation, he must be invincible in the heavenly divine realm. After all, Gu Fei was going to leave the heavenly divine realm. When he left the heavenly divine realm, it was not a bad idea to let Nine Death Evil Lord guard the heavenly divine realm. Although Nine Death Evil Lord was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. His fist was not as strong as his opponent's. If Nine Death Evil Lord was strong enough, the one who would be in trouble today would be Gu Fei and not Nine Death Evil Lord. Don't try to break my forbidden technique. If you die because of this, don't blame anyone else. Gu Fei continued, All right, go and get me the heavenly divine realm's source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei directly gave the order to Nine Death Evil Lord. Yes, master. Nine Death Evil Lord received the order and instantly broke the void and disappeared. Boom. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the void. This figure was Nine Death Evil Lord. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Nine Death Evil Lord had just left, and then he was directly thrown out. If you want the source of heaven and earth, come and get it yourself. A wave of divine will appear in the sky, and a voice sounded in everyone's heart. Is that so? Then I will go and get it. Gu Fei calmly said. Gu Fei was slightly surprised that there was actually an expert in the central celestial realm. Furthermore, since that person was able to blast the Nine Death Evil Lord back, it meant that his cultivation and battle prowess were not inferior to the Nine Death Evil Lord. Only this kind of existence could contend against Nine Death Evil Lord. The void that was broken by 9 Death Evil Lord was quickly recovering. Master, I am useless. 9 Death Evil Lord hurriedly knelt down in front of Gu Fei. All right, go back. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, Yes. 9 Death Evil Lord retreated to the side and lowered his head, as if he was a servant. In actual fact, he was really Gu Fei's servant. So what if he was so strong that he was invincible in the Heaven Divine Realm? Didn't he still have to bow down to Gu Fei? Master is going to conquer the Central Celestial Realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the others were extremely excited, especially the Dark Knight Emperor, who had invaded the Central Celestial Realm in the past, but had been forced to come out of it. This time, Gu Fei was going to conquer the Central Celestial Realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was very curious whether the people in the Central Celestial Realm could still protect the Central Celestial Realm. The mysterious person earlier could throw 9 Death Evil Lord back. His cultivation was so strong that it was unimaginable. Could that person be one of the people back then? Back then, there was a mysterious expert who chased the Dark Knight Emperor away. This made the Dark Knight Emperor very unhappy. He always wanted to kill his way into the Central Celestial Realm and settle the score with those people. After the war ended, Gu Fei temporarily stayed in the Southern Celestial Realm. He did not do anything, but his subordinates swept across the entire Southern Celestial Realm in half a day and uprooted all the resisting forces. The sky-trampling Evil Emperor's territory was directly breached. Even the sky-trampling Evil Emperor himself was killed by a punch from the Dark Knight Emperor. The son of the Evil Emperor, Yun Xie, also died in the hands of Emperor God Mo Yuan. Only the cunning Cloud Emperor saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. He was not caught by the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. There was also the South Heaven God Emperor. No one attacked him. In the entire Southern Celestial Realm, only the South Heaven God Emperor was safe and sound. All the other forces had submitted. This was because of Xian Shi. Gu Fei ordered them not to touch the South Heaven God Emperor. It could be considered as giving Xian Shi face. Otherwise, no matter how strong the South Heaven God Emperor was, he would definitely not be stronger than the 9 Deaths Evil Sovereign. Wang Xuanji of the Wang family had successfully obtained the throne and became a God Emperor. The Wang family finally had a chance to rise again. Under the leadership of the 9 Deaths Evil Sovereign, Gu Fei's subordinates took only a day to completely control the Southern Celestial Realm and became the strongest force in the Southern Celestial Realm. At this time, the other forces of the Heavenly God Realm were watching. The super forces of the Central Celestial Realm were terrified to the extreme. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the 9 Deaths Evil Emperor had no choice but to submit to Gu Fei. This shocked the experts of the other divine regions to the extreme. The 3 giants of the Central Celestial Realm appeared at the peak of the Heavenly Divine Mountain at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. It had been a long time since the 3 giants of the Central Celestial Realm appeared at the same time. The last time was during the ancient times. No one could have imagined that Gu Fei could actually cause the 3 giants of the Central Celestial Realm to appear at the same time. There's going to be a good show. Someone said something like that. Chapter 4179. The 3 magnates of the Central Celestial Realm had lived for countless years. Each of them was a super antique or an old monster. Some of them even had totems that had existed since ancient times. The ancient gods in ancient times were extremely powerful and were not comparable to the current gods. The ancient gods worshipped by the ancient people were invincible existences. The Heavenly Divine Realm had produced many powerful ancient gods in ancient times. Some gods were even thought to be innate ancient gods born from chaos. One of them was a totemic existence with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. His name was Tengyi. He was the protector of the ancient humans and had protected them for countless years. Now, the ancient god worshipped by the ancient people was alive and had become one of the 3 magnates of the Central Celestial Realm. Although Hung Tian, ultimate god of the Forbidden God Desolate Domain, was known as the most powerful ultimate god in the Central Divine Territory, he was nothing in front of the 3 magnates. Teng Yi, Longcong, and Qianyu were the 3 magnates of the Heavenly Divine Realm. Each of them had a great background and could be seen in the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They controlled the entire cultivation history of the heavenly divine realm. They were the true rulers of the heavenly divine realm. Some people said that they were the ones who started the dark turmoil that swept the entire heavenly divine realm in ancient times. The reason for the dark turmoil was actually very simple. It was the discord between two of the three magnates. The entire heavenly divine realm would catch a cold if they were to sneeze. The three magnates were shocked by Gu Fei. Was Gu Fei really that powerful? How could he alarm the three magnates? I heard that the nine-side ultimate god surrendered to Gu Fei. What? That Gu Fei actually subdued the nine-side ultimate god? He's the strongest person after the three magnates. He cultivates the nine-side evil technique and is known as an unkillable ultimate god. In the five divine realms, the antique experts were exchanging information. Some of them had been in seclusion for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. They were very unfamiliar with Gu Fei. The old-timers were all very curious about Gu Fei. As far as they were concerned, Gu Fei was a powerful expert who had suddenly risen to prominence. However, this powerhouse who had appeared out of nowhere had actually defeated Divine Lord Ninedeaths. In the eyes of the old fogies of the heavenly god realm, this was practically impossible. One should know that the path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. It could not be accomplished overnight. Regardless of whether it was strength or the body, they could only be obtained through proper training. Of course, if that fellow's luck was off the charts and he ate some heavenly treasures, it was possible for his cultivation to improve greatly. However, there was a limit to that. Those below the Emperor realm could increase their cultivation base by eating treasures, but those above the Emperor realm couldn't rely on treasures to increase their cultivation base, unless they could get their hands on a legendary divine medicine. Even the three magnates did not have a peerless divine medicine, let alone the others. Little Nine actually betrayed us. In the center of the peerless divine land of the central divine domain, a huge mountain pierced the clouds. If one stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, they would not be able to see the end of the mountain. Immortal mist lingered on the divine mountain, especially the upper part of the mountain, where auspicious energy lingered. The entire mountain was completely enveloped by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Pavilions and terraces could be vaguely seen on the mountain. Divine medicines that had been growing for tens of thousands of years could be seen everywhere on the mountain. There were even divine medicine kings among them. The peak of the divine mountain was under the canopy of the sky, very close to the stars. Three living beings were sitting in a pavilion at the top of the mountain. The three creatures were extremely powerful. They looked like three stars that had fallen into the pavilion. Every single one of them was releasing extremely pure waves of divine power. Only a few shadows could be seen in the dazzling divine light. Since Little Nine has betrayed us, we'll kill him the next time we see him. One of the living beings said indifferently. You were the one who let Little Nine go, but now you want to kill him? Tengyi, what exactly do you want? Another being sneered and said, Long Tsong, could it be that you want to fight again? The living being called Tang immediately emitted a chilling murderous aura. In the next moment, the entire starry sky began to shake. The stars in the sky seemed like they would fall at any moment. Do you two think I'm dead? The living being that had not spoken said coldly. Boss Qianyu, Tengyi has indeed crossed the line. Since he wanted to kill Little Nine, he could have killed Little Nine before. Why did he let him go? Now he wants to kill him. How fickle. Long Tsong, one of the three magnates, said angrily. What? If I want to kill him, I'll kill him. If I want to let him go, I'll let him go. What's it to you? Tengyi said coldly. I can't control you, but boss is here. Don't you dare act presumptuously. Long Tsong snorted. All of you, shut up. The magnate called Qianyu said angrily. After the boss spoke, both Long Tsong and Tengyi dared not speak anymore. Since that guy called Gu Fei could defeat Little Nine, he should be pretty good. Which one of you wants to go fight him? Qianyu looked at the two and said, Doesn't Tengyi want to kill Little Nine? Tengyi should go, Long Tsong said. Tengyi, why don't you go? Qianyu said. Tengyi did not say anything. In the next moment, the dazzling divine light on his body disappeared into his body. His real body appeared. A creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake appeared in the pavilion. The snake's scales were very beautiful. The scales were covered with patterns of different colors, as if they were natural patterns. A terrifying, murderous aura spread from its body. With the divine mountain as the center, almost half of the living beings in the central celestial realm felt this murderous aura. All of them were extremely terrified. The anger of a magnate can shake the heavens and earth, an expert of the previous generation said with a trembling voice. The experts of the ancient forces in the central celestial realm looked at the divine mountain. It was the ancestral mountain of the heavenly god realm, which had existed before the world was created. This divine mountain was called incipient god mountain. In the central celestial realm and even in the other 4 celestial realms, incipient god mountain was incomparably sacred. Only the 3 giants could reach the peak of the mountain. Even the leaders of the super forces in the central celestial realm were not qualified to reach the peak of incipient god mountain. What happened after all? Did the legendary Gu Fei come to the central celestial realm? Someone was surprised. With the 3 giants here, no matter how strong Gu Fei is, he won't be a match for them. Someone said something like that. In the eyes of the creatures in the central celestial realm, the 3 giants were invincible existences. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, who had swept the heavenly god realm, was chased away by the 3 giants. I'm going to meet that kid. Then, Tang Yi disappeared from the peak of incipient god mountain. Tang Yi, the ancient totem of the heavenly god realm, had lived to this day. He was absolutely one of the oldest gods in the heavenly god realm. For a long time, he and 2 other ancient gods had controlled the entire heavenly god realm. They were the real rulers of the heavenly god realm. Those so-called god emperors, godly venerables, and great emperors were like kids in front of them. Almost all the living beings in the heavenly god realm were their descendants. They were the most ancient gods. The 3 giants should have ascended to the upper worlds, but they didn't. With their cultivation and competence, it was easy for them to ascend to the upper worlds. However, after the dark times in the antiquity time, the 3 giants had lived in seclusion in incipient god mountain. However, each of them had a representative in the world. Tang Yi was behind evil Emperor Tatian. Longsong and Qian Yu also had their own forces in the 5 celestial realms. Although Gu Fei was very strong, the 3 giants of the heavenly god realm were living totems that had lived for a long time. And Gu Fei was just a guy who came out of nowhere. Although he had never been defeated, the 3 giants of the heavenly god realm were known to be invincible. Without a doubt, this was going to be an unprecedented collision. Gu Fei wasn't the Dark Knight Emperor or the 9 Deaths Evil Lord. Gu Fei's power had shaken the entire heavenly god realm. Although he had only taken action in the southern divine region, the forces of the other 4 celestial realms were terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would invade their celestial realms. Fortunately, Gu Fei's people had announced that they would attack the central celestial region. They didn't want to attack the other 3 celestial realms. This made the forces of the eastern, western, and northern divine regions heave a sigh of relief. However, everyone knew that Gu Fei wanted to decide the outcome of this battle. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot and directly challenge the strongest experts of the heavenly god realm. Because once he defeated the 3 giants, Gu Fei would truly be invincible. This way, everyone from the other 3 celestial realms would come to him, and he wouldn't need to fight at all. Southern Divine Region, Heaven Trampling City. No, it should be called Heaven Battling City now. A black-robed youth was sitting under a tree in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. This black-robed youth was Gu Fei. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's subordinates were currently gathering the experts of the Southern Divine Region. Countless cultivators flooded into Heaven Battling City in an instant. Of course, the cultivators who could enter Heaven Battling City were all experts. They were either the patriarchs of their families or the patriarchs of their clans. These people had come to submit to Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei's subordinates were preparing to attack the central celestial region, a figure silently appeared in front of Gu Fei. The blurry figure was like air that could disappear into the void at any time. "You're Gu Fei?" A wave of divine sense spread out from this mysterious figure.
Amen.
Gu Fei looked at the mysterious figure in front of him, his face expressionless. "Little guy, surrender obediently, or I'll send you on your way." That divine sense fluctuation came from the blurry figure again. "Send me on my way?" Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Was he stupid? Chapter 4180. Teng Yi, one of the three giants of the heavenly god world, suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. The blurry figure did not reveal a trace of aura. He did not want to alarm anyone, so he quietly appeared in front of Gu Fei. It must be known that the current heavenly battling city was a gathering of masters, including the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and the Nine Deaths revered god. Since this guy could appear in front of him, it seemed that he had some ability. "Oomph! Hiding your head and showing your tail. How dare you come here to die?" Gu Fei looked indifferently at the blurry figure in front of him. "What did you say?" Teng Yi was furious. This little guy dared to be presumptuous in front of him. He was one of the three progenitors of the heavenly god world. He regarded himself as the progenitor of the heavenly god world. "Little guy, you're too arrogant," Teng Yi said coldly. "I'm arrogant? Aren't you just a dead snake? Although you've cultivated to a half-human, half-snake form, you're still a snake." Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" When Teng Yi heard this, he was extremely shocked. This was a secret that no one knew about. Even Qian Yu and his nemesis Long Tsong didn't know about it. He could not believe that this guy could see through his secret at a glance. Could it be that this guy cultivated the heaven-concealing divine eye? However, although he did not know how the other party saw through his true form, there was one thing that Teng Yi knew, and that was that the person in front of him must die. His secret could not be leaked. Only the dead could not speak. Gu Fei originally cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, and when he became an eternal supreme, the martial path heavenly eye transformed into the more powerful eternal true eye. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had not fully recovered, only less than 1/10,000th, his eyes could see the origin of everything. In front of him, even an extreme grade supreme could not hide his true form, let alone this guy who was not even an extreme grade supreme. It was impossible for the heavenly god world to produce an extreme grade supreme, because the heavenly god world was not a complete world. It was still incomplete and could not produce an extreme grade supreme. However, this guy was still much stronger than the Nine Deaths evil lord. To him, he would be a good opponent. Kill. Without any hesitation, a shocking murderous aura erupted from Teng Yi's body. Extremely violent energy ripples spread out. Rumble. All of heaven battling city was shaken, and countless masters in the city were shocked. Some of the weaker experts directly exploded under the pressure from Teng Yi's body. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. A terrifying scene unfolded in heaven battling city. Cultivators kept exploding on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Their bodies were torn to shreds, and even their essence spirits collapsed into the void. Some people were directly splashed with blood, and they were horrified. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions. Teng Yi had only released his aura, yet countless cultivators in heaven battling city had already died. Gu Fei was both shocked and angry. He never thought that this guy would actually disregard the lives and deaths of the countless cultivators in the city and directly release his most powerful aura. This guy is really unscrupulous. Teng Yi disregarded the lives and deaths of the human race and instantly killed countless humans in the city. This made Gu Fei furious. In fact, he had learned the truth about the three giants from the Nine Deaths evil lord. The three giants were Teng Yi, Long Tsong, and Qian Yu. Qian Yu was the eldest and the strongest of the three giants. Teng Yi and Long Tsong respected each other and had always had grievances with each other. However, because of Qian Yu's presence, these two fellas did not dare to do anything out of line. It's Teng Yi at this time. Inside the city lord's mansion, the Nine Deaths evil lord looked in the direction of the powerful pressure with a look of horror. Teng Yi, the Dark Knight Emperor, who was beside the Nine Deaths evil lord, heard this and his expression suddenly changed. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent erupted from his body. All the masters in the city lord's mansion were shocked. Two extremely powerful auras had appeared in heaven battling city at the same time. However, The second wave of pressure was clearly weaker than the previous one. That Dark Knight brat is also here? Very good. This time I'll deal with all of you at once. Tang Yi's figure appeared in the void. His body, which seemed to be cast from peerless divine iron, exuded a sense of power as the 5 colored patterns on his half-snake body glowed. Shameless boasting. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged under the tree, showing no intention of standing up. You dare look down on me so much? Tang Yi was furious. He had been worshipped by the human race and other races since ancient times, and was regarded as a supreme god by those races. Tang Yi, who was usually aloof, was actually being looked down upon by a little human boy. This was difficult for him to accept. You can die now. Tang Yi stretched out his right hand and pointed a finger at Gu Fei's brow. A beam of light immediately rushed out from his fingertip and pierced towards Gu Fei's brow. Wherever this beam of light passed, it left behind a dark void crack. A cruel smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. He had lost count of the number of living beings he had killed with this move. There were geniuses from the human race and supreme experts from other races. Those so-called invincible experts had all been killed by his finger. Tang Yi felt an inexplicable sense of excitement as he watched those peerless geniuses die in his hands. He did not know when he had started to like killing geniuses. However, just as Tang Yi was about to see Gu Fei's head being pierced by his finger, the beam of light suddenly exploded less than 3 inches away from his brow. Tang Yi was shocked when he saw this. There was someone in the divine realm who could block his attack? And it was a human? How was this possible? It was impossible for there to be such an expert in the human race. The 3 great leaders are only us, Gu Fei said disdainfully. This level of attack was not even comparable to the ultimate god of death. This is ridiculous. I was just casually attacking. I wasn't serious yet. Tang Yi said angrily. Then you should be serious. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to be serious. Gu Fei said calmly. You. Tang Yi was infuriated. He extended his right hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. A beam of light shot out from his 5 fingers like a sharp sword. If Tang Yi grabbed him, his body would definitely be pierced. Hee. Tang Yi smiled coldly when he saw that his right hand was about to grab Gu Fei. However, his smile froze the next moment. His right hand that was grabbing at Gu Fei also stopped as if it had hit an invisible wall. No matter how much he urged his divine power, his right hand was blocked a few inches away from Gu Fei. It was difficult for him to move any further. What? Chapter 4181. The 3 magnates of the heavenly divine realm were invincible in the eyes of the experts of the heavenly divine realm. Even when the Dark Knight Emperor had charged into the heavenly god realm and swept through the 4 divine regions of the heavenly god realm, his might had shaken the world. He had been chased away by the 3 big shots when he had attacked the central divine region. For the Dark Knight Emperor, it was an unforgettable humiliation for him. However, it must be said that the Dark Knight Emperor's luck was really bad. After preparing for countless months, he thought that he could once again attack the heavenly divine realm and settle the score with the 3 magnates. But then a Gu Fei appeared out of nowhere. The Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for Gu Fei, and he even became Gu Fei's servant. This made the Dark Knight Emperor want to die. It's Tang Yi, one of the 3 magnates. The other 2 magnates did not come, so the Dark Knight Emperor quickly rushed out of the City Lord's mansion. True Dragon Emperor, 9 Death Evil Lord, and the others also rushed out. At this time, in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged under a big tree, and in front of him stood a half-human, half-snake guy. It really is Tang Yi. When the Dark Knight Emperor saw that figure, his eyes immediately turned red, and he wanted to rush up and fight with Tang Yi. Tang Yi actually went to find the master. 9 Death Evil Lord's expression was extremely ugly. He had betrayed the 3 magnates and sided with Gu Fei. He was a traitor, and the 3 magnates only had one way to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. That day, 9 Death Evil Lord almost died in Tang Yi's hands. If Tang Yi defeated Gu Fei, then he would also be buried with him. Thinking of this, 9 Death Evil Lord could not help but panic, but he did not dare to run away. One should know that Gu Fei only needed a thought to destroy his body and soul. Who dared to run away? Everyone present did not dare to run away, because once they did, they would anger the master, and then they would die. Therefore, no one dared to run away. At this time, Tengyi used all his strength, but his right hand could not reach forward even an inch. Gu Fei was in front of him, but Tengyi could not catch him, which made him indescribably shocked. Damn it! Tengyi knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Whoosh! He immediately retreated. However, just as Tengyi was about to move, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his right hand. Then, the hand threw him away. Tengyi was immediately thrown out of heaven battling city by Gu Fei, as if he was riding a cloud. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. If he can't win, he'll run? Gu Fei said coldly. He stood up and stretched his body. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared under the tree. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the Nine Deaths Evil Lord were unable to see how Gu Fei had disappeared and where he had gone, because Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. With the departure of Tengyi and Gu Fei, the pressure on everyone's hearts also disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, all the surviving cultivators in the city felt that it was good to be alive. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise came from the starry sky. Stars directly exploded in the sky. A battle between supreme powerhouses had broken out. In the depths of the starry sky, Tengyi and Gu Fei finally started fighting. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others hurriedly rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. A battle of this level was not something that could be seen every day, because existences of this level would not easily take action. If it was not for Gu Fei being too powerful and pointing his sword at the central celestial territory, wanting to take away the source of heaven and earth, the three magnates would not have appeared in front of the world again. At this time, in the depths of the starry sky, two figures were moving rapidly. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded, and the void was easily torn and shattered. The more Tengyi fought, the more shocked he became. Only now did he realize that he had seriously underestimated Gu Fei. Only a ferocious dragon would not cross the river. Eat my fist, Tengyi roared. In the next moment, he punched out. Then, 9 balls of divine light rushed out from his fist and blasted at Gu Fei. Rumble. The power that erupted from the 9 balls of divine light was earth-shattering. The surrounding stars were falling continuously, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. Eat my fist too. As Gu Fei spoke, he also punched out to meet the other party's fist. The two fists collided in an instant, causing a loud explosion. The 9 balls of divine light dissipated in the void at the same time, as if they had never appeared. In the next moment, Tengyi screamed in pain and flew backward. His entire right arm was bent in a strange way. It was just a punch, but Suimo had crippled Tengyi's arm. Master is actually so powerful? The Dark Knight Emperor and the others were surprised and overjoyed. Who are you? Tengyi stared at Gu Fei fiercely and said while gritting his teeth. His right arm was recovering rapidly, and the aura exuding from his body was getting stronger. Gu Fei did not say a word. His fist had already smashed in front of Tengyi. Great Hand of Destruction. Tengyi roared angrily and displayed his trump card. A terrifying power of destruction surged from Tengyi's hand, and the void was annihilated silently. Under the engulfment of the power of the Annihilation Fist, everything turned into dust. A sword from the east. Gu Fei used his hand as a sword and slashed in the void. A dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand, and in an instant, it cut through the void of heaven and earth, directly breaking through the mighty power of destruction. The sword light contained a trace of eternal power. It was the power of the eternal sword principle. When had eternal power ever appeared in the heavenly divine realm? Gu Fei added the trace of eternal power to the sword light, causing it to be indestructible and indestructible. No one could withstand such a sword. Even Tengyi, one of the 3 magnates, could not. With a blood-curdling scream, one of Tengyi's arms flew off. In the next moment, the magnate broke the void and escaped into the chaos. He escaped? Gu Fei was a little surprised. An existence of this level had actually escaped. An arm fell from the starry sky. It was a severed arm of an existence much stronger than an ultimate god or a great emperor. Every drop of blood that fell contained a powerful essence. Such essence blood was definitely the favorite of alchemists. Of course, not all alchemists could refine such essence blood. The alchemy emperor had also submitted to Gu Fei. No one dared to go forward to take the severed arm, but the alchemy emperor did not care. He directly rushed forward and snatched the severed arm. This guy. All the emperors were extremely jealous. That was the flesh and blood of an existence that surpassed an ultimate god or a great emperor. It was comparable to a peerless divine medicine. Even a bite could improve one's cultivation level. Even Tung Yi is no match for Master. At that moment, Gu Fei's camp was in an uproar. Chapter 4182. There was no doubt that the three magnates of the heavenly god realm were powerful. They were all super-old antiques who had lived since the primordial era. For countless years, they ruled over everything in the heavenly god realm and controlled the fates of countless living beings. Since ancient times, they had been involved in every major event that had happened in the heavenly god realm. Sometimes, living for a long time was also an advantage. After countless years of accumulation and cultivation, no one knew what level the cultivation of these three giants had reached. However, Gu Fei had defeated one of them with one sword strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tung Yi, one of the three magnates of the heavenly god realm, had one of his arms cut off by Gu Fei. Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because many of them had seen it with their own eyes. Gu Fei's camp was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Master defeated Tung Yi, one of the three magnates. Is it true? Countless cultivators in Heavenly Battling City spread the news. The whole city was boiling. At first, many people didn't think that Gu Fei would win because the three magnates weren't ordinary existences. They had lived for countless years and were super antiques at the totem level. That year, the Dark Knight Emperor had been high-spirited. He had wanted to conquer the heavenly god realm and sweep over the four divine regions. However, he had failed in the central divine region. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall with a complicated expression. He would never understand his master. That year, it was Tung Yi who had driven him out of the heavenly god realm. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Emperor's face darkened. Right at this moment, a part of the void above the incipient god mountain collapsed. A figure broke the void and appeared on the peak of the incipient god mountain. It was a creature of the alien race, half human and half snake. One of his arms had been cut off. His body was covered with blood. He looked extremely miserable. What? On the peak of the incipient god mountain, Long Tsong and Qian, you couldn't help but be shocked. Roar. Tung Yi looked up to the sky and roared. Terrifying sound waves spread out, shaking the entire void. It was as horrible as the end of the world. Stars kept exploding in the starry sky. The spiritual energy of the world and the surroundings gathered towards him in a frenzy. It was as if he was enveloped by a ball of divine fire. Boom. Just then, a muffled sound rang out as the void trembled. A powerful shockwave burst forth from Tung Yi's body. The void rippled like water. Tung Yi landed directly on the peak of incipient God Mountain. His broken arm had grown back as if he had never been hurt. What's going on? On the mountain peak, Qian Yu was extremely shocked. There was actually someone in the heavenly god realm who could injure Tung Yi. Tung Yi was one of the three big shots of the heavenly god realm. Do you even need to ask? He must have kicked an iron plate. Long Tsong said coldly. The happiest thing for him was to see Tung Yi suffer. However, the news of Tung Yi's defeat quickly spread and everyone was shocked. Gu Fei had defeated a giant with a single sword strike, and the morale of the camp skyrocketed. When the news of Gu Fei killing a giant with a single sword strike spread, the morale of his subordinates soared. At this time, the entire heavenly god realm was filled with powerful cultivators of the divine way. Their powerful auras filled the world. At this time, all the major forces of the central divine realm were preparing for battle. This was definitely the strongest battle in the history of the heavenly god realm. The entire heavenly battling city was overcrowded. Outside the central divine realm, banners fluttered in the wind, and wild beasts roared. It was very lively. All the experts of the central divine realm had come, including some ancient existences who had gone into seclusion a long time ago. In the 5 great regions of the heavenly god realm, powerful gods were constantly awakened from their slumber. Some of the fallen gods began to reappear. However, these gods were the descendants of the 3 big shots. In heavenly battling city of the southern divine region, after Tengyi's battle, the number of cultivators in the city had decreased by more than half. At this time, blood could be seen everywhere in heavenly battling city. Tengyi didn't care about the lives of the humans and other living beings. Wang family, Wang Xuanji, a newly ascended god emperor. Experts from all sides were fighting to meet him. This cultivation family that had existed for countless years was almost facing extinction. At this time, another god emperor had appeared in the Wang family. Other forces wouldn't dare to attack a family with a god emperor overseeing it. If a god emperor wasn't present, other forces would attack. In the best-case scenario, they would lose everything. In the worst-case scenario, they might even lose their lives. The Southern Heaven God Emperor didn't show himself. However, someone saw his daughter, Xian Shi, appear in the City Lord's mansion of Heavenly Battling City. The daughter of the Southern Heaven God Emperor was friends with Gu Fei. This was the reason why Gu Fei didn't cause trouble for the Southern Heaven God Emperor. In the Southern Divine region, only the Southern Heaven God Emperor still stood tall. The Southern Heaven Divine Palace almost had a huge internal problem. In fact, Gu Fei didn't really care about anything. He was still very calm as he pointed his sword at the Central Divine region. However, his subordinates were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That was the Central Divine region. Since ancient times, who dared to point their sword at the Central Divine region? Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor had pointed his sword at the Central Divine region, but he was chased away by the 3 powerhouses. To the Dark Knight Emperor, it was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, Gu Fei was stronger and more powerful than the Dark Knight Emperor. Whether it was the true Dragon Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, or the 9 Deaths Divine Lord, each of them was peerlessly powerful. Mo Yuan was also very strong. At least, he had once driven away the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Of course, the heaven-trampling evil emperor was already dead. Gu Fei had eliminated the heaven-trampling evil emperor's forces and taken over all the territories that originally belonged to him. However, this indirectly offended a certain force in the Central Divine region. However, Gu Fei didn't care. In the heavenly god realm, he didn't fear anyone. The eternal true bone was the source of Gu Fei's confidence. Tengyi, you're really getting worse and worse. You can't even beat a little guy of the human race. How embarrassing, Longcong said. Come and fight him if you can. Let's see how long you can last against that kid. On the peak of incipient God Mountain, Tengyi stared at Longcong coldly and said, Fine, I'll go and bring that kid's head back, Longcong said loudly. Longcong shouted loudly. He actually transformed into a figure and soared into the sky, disappearing under the gloomy sky without a trace. At this time, Gu Fei had returned to Heavenly Battling City in the Southern Divine region. He was still sitting cross-legged under the big tree behind the City Lord's mansion. However, before he could even sit down, another figure appeared in front of him. Preposterous. Gu Fei was a little annoyed. Then, the consequences would be severe. You're Gu Fei? You defeated Tengyi? The man stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, You're with that guy? Gu Fei was enraged. Haha, good, very good. Gu Fei laughed in anger. That Tengyi was lucky to have escaped quickly. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have killed that fellow long ago. Although Hierarch and Great Emperor were powerful, they were nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. At this time, the entire heavenly god realm was divided into 2 camps. One was the 3 powerhouses, and the other was Gu Fei, who had killed a powerhouse with a single sword strike. The 3 powerhouses had operated in the heavenly god realm for countless years and were extremely powerful. Gu Fei's forces, which had just been established, could not be compared to them. However, Gu Fei could challenge the entire Central Divine region alone. He was invincible wherever he pointed his sword. Why are you still laughing when you're about to die? Long Tsang looked at Gu Fei with disdain and said coldly, "There are many people in this world who want to kill me, but they can't. In the end, I killed them all," Gu Fei said indifferently. "Is that so? I can only say that they're too weak." Long Tsang was very confident. "Haha, interesting. Let's see what you're capable of." Gu Fei laughed. This fellow wasn't confident. He was simply arrogant. "Go to hell." Long Tsang did not waste any more time and stretched out his right hand to grab Gu Fei's head. His 5 extremely sharp fingers were like 5 extremely sharp little swords stabbing towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei remained motionless and did not even bat an eyelid. Long Tsang's lips curled into a sneer. At that moment, his smile suddenly froze on his face. His right hand that was about to grab Gu Fei's head stopped above Gu Fei's head and could not go any further. "What?" Long Tsang was extremely shocked. He knew very well how powerful his grab was. Even a peerless ultimate god would be killed by his grab, let alone a mere human. Roar. Long Tsang kept roaring as his right hand was surrounded by divine light. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake Gu Fei's defensive power at all. It was unbelievable. No wonder Teng Yi was in such a sorry state. It seemed that Gu Fei was not as simple as he seemed. Gu Fei could cut off one of Teng Yi's arms, so he could naturally deal with Long Tsang. It seemed like he was too impulsive. Long Tsang broke out in cold sweat when he thought of Teng Yi's sorry state. How could this little guy named Gu Fei be more powerful than him and the others? Long Tsang could not believe it at all. "Is that all you're capable of?" Gu Fei suddenly looked up at the shocked Long Tsang and said, "What?" Long Tsang wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed his right hand. Long Tsang's entire body was lifted off the ground with a sudden force. The next moment, Gu Fei slammed Long Tsang on the ground. Boom! A muffled sound was heard as Long Tsang slammed hard on the ground. Dust filled the air as a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Cough, cough. "You!" Long Tsang was dumbfounded and coughed continuously as he choked on the dust. Chapter 4183. In front of Gu Fei, Long Tsang was not an opponent at all. As soon as Gu Fei took action, this insufferably arrogant guy fell flat on his face like a dog eating shit, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. Ho! Long Tsang was so angry that he almost went crazy. He roared as the power in his body burst out, directly destroying everything around him. He did not care about anything else. He wanted to use the blood of his opponent to wash away the shame he had brought him, even if he had to pay the price of the countless lives in heaven battling city. However, at this moment, a peerless jade-like palm pressed on his head. 9 Tao patterns rushed out from the palm and entered his body. Then, they appeared on his body. In the next moment, the tyrannical power that was about to erupt from Long Tsang's body was forcibly suppressed by the Tao veins that rushed out from the palm. "You!" Long Tsang was both shocked and angry. The tyrannical power that was about to erupt was actually suppressed by his opponent's divine body. As a result, his divine body had to bear this power directly. In the next moment, Long Tsang's whole body swelled up like a balloon, like an inflatable puppet, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, making him look extremely ferocious. His divine body, which had been tempered 1,000 times over, was now covered in bloody marks, his bones broken, and some of them even pierced out of his body. Although Long Tsang's divine body was extremely powerful, he could barely hold on. He did not want to blow himself up, but if his divine body were to explode, it would be no different from blowing himself up, and the destructive power would definitely be on a heaven-destroying level. Not to mention heaven battling city. Even all the creatures living near it would suffer. Hateful. Long Tsang desperately tried to control the violent power in his body. Countless Tao veins rushed out from his body, burning every drop of blood, every bone, and every strand of hair. Under Long Tsang's desperate control, his divine body did not explode in the end, but his divine body suffered an unimaginable impact, almost injuring its source. "Come in." At this time, Gu Fei directly broke the void and took the dragon Tsang into his inner world. The devouring power spread out, and even the Dark Knight Emperor and the others who were watching the battle were taken into his inner world. In the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. No one could see where he went. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others were indescribably shocked. They realized that they had entered an unfamiliar world in an instant. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually several times denser than the outside world. Bathing in the spiritual energy, they felt extremely comfortable. Boom! Bam! The dull sound of collision startled everyone. In the mountain ridge in front of them, two silhouettes were moving quickly. A powerful pressure shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire mountain ridge to tremble. This was Gu Fei's inner world. Here, Gu Fei was the master of everything and could control anyone's life and death. Fighting here could avoid affecting the outside world. Moreover, Gu Fei could mobilize the power of the entire heaven and earth at any time. In this way, even if the dragon song was stronger, it was impossible for him to be a match for Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei could control the range of the power waves that erupted from the two experts to minimize the damage of this battle. At this time, the dragon song was almost going crazy. His body shook and a violent aura immediately surged from his body. An old dragon appeared in the sky. This was a purple dragon. Its scales were like peerless purple gold, emitting a destructive purple light. Its body was like a mountain range coiled in the void. It was extremely huge. You've shown your true form? Come and die. Gu Fei looked at the purple gold dragon indifferently. Compared to the purple gold water dragon, he was really too small. However, his small body contained much more power than the purple gold water dragon. You better come here and let me eat you. The purple gold dragon stared at Gu Fei and spoke in the human language. Gu Fei did not speak. Die. In the next moment, the purple gold dragon pounced directly at Gu Fei. Its huge dragon claw. Swoosh! Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, it clawed at Gu Fei at lightning speed. The whole heaven and earth immediately turned cold. Dragon claw? What can you catch? Scratch my itch? Gu Fei sneered and did not dodge. Go to hell. Seeing that Gu Fei did not dodge, the dragon song grinned and the power of the dragon claw increased. Bang! Long Tsong's flood dragon claw ruthlessly smashed onto Gu Fei's head. Master. When the Dark Knight Emperor and the others saw this, they were extremely shocked. The power of the dragon claw was fierce, but the divine Dao Yuan Qi cultivated was extremely cold. The cold divine Dao Yuan Qi could invade the opponent's body and directly shatter the internal organs. Even if the opponent's divine Dao cultivation was comparable to the dragon songs, they would still die after being hit by the dragon claw. Gu Fei was slapped by Long Tsong's claw. How could he still be alive? However, the purple gold dragon that the dragon song had transformed into was shocked in the next moment. At the same time, Gu Fei let out a roar and his body shook. His clothes immediately shattered into thousands of pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. Oh no! The dragon song only felt a strong force erupt from the opponent's body. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, at this moment, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and grabbed Long Tsong's dragon claw with his 5 fingers. Then, he pulled hard. The dragon song screamed and blood splattered. The entire claw was actually torn off by Gu Fei, and the dragon blood splattered everywhere. Bang! Gu Fei directly kicked the flood dragon's head, and a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. Dragon Song's entire flood dragon's head caved in from the kick, and he was directly sent flying backward. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others saw this scene and were dumbfounded. This scene was simply too shocking. To think that a puny human could send a dragon the size of a mountain flying with a single kick. It was truly hard to imagine just how much power was hidden within this body. One of the 3 big shots of the heavenly god realm, Long Tsong, was defeated just like that? The purple gold dragon that the dragon song had transformed into was directly sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, directly smashing into the depths of the mountain ridges. More than 10 mountains were directly smashed into pieces. Gu Fei took a step and instantly caught up with the dragon song. Then stomped the dragon song into the ground. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the ground shook violently like a wave. The mountains in the distance were directly smashed into pieces, and dust rose into the sky. It was horrifying. The three magnates are just trash. As Gu Fei spoke, he exerted force with his right foot. Crack. With a sound, the dragon Song's head, which was even bigger than a small mountain, was stomped into pieces by his foot. It was just like stomping an ant to death. However, it was not an ant, but a dragon. A dragon with the blood of a real dragon in its body, and the blood of the real dragon had been awakened. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the three magnates of the heavenly divine realm to be on an equal footing with Teng Yi and Qian Yu. Master, the Dark Knight Emperor and the others were really shocked by this scene. This scene was really too unreal. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. Dragon Song is dead? Everyone was dumbfounded as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. That was Dragon Song, one of the three magnates of the heavenly divine realm, but he was actually stomped to death by Gu Fei. Since when did ultimate gods become so valuable? In Gu Fei's opinion, the ultimate gods of the heavenly divine realm were just a group of small fries. There were too few places where he could fight. Gu Fei stomped Dragon Song to death, which made the Dark Knight Emperor and the others surprised and happy. They had not yet attacked the central celestial realm, but Gu Fei had already consecutively defeated the two magnates of the central celestial realm and even stomped Dragon Song to death. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before Gu Fei unified the entire heavenly divine realm. Who else in the heavenly divine realm could compete with Gu Fei? At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, a white-clothed woman holding a little girl's hand walked out of a valley. "It's Master's aura," said the little girl. She was like a fairy of heaven and earth, and her body was surrounded by a celestial aura. She looked at the white-clothed woman innocently and said, "At least he still remembers us." The lady in white looked in Gu Fei's direction with a smile on her face. Just when Gu Fei stomped Dragon Song to death, Qian Yu and Teng Yi, who were on the peak of incipient God Mountain in the central celestial realm, suddenly felt something and revealed a frightened expression. "Who is it? Who dares to kill our people?" Qian Yu roared angrily, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out from his body. The entire heaven and earth shook, and the temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. Dragon Song is dead? Could it be that he killed Dragon Song? Teng Yi's face turned pale. He could vaguely guess who killed Dragon Song. In the entire heavenly divine realm, only that fella had the ability to kill Dragon Song. "Boss, I know who killed Dragon Song," Teng Yi said with a solemn face. "Who?" Qian Yu heard him and immediately became spirited. "It's that Gu Fei." Teng Yi's forehead was sweating when he thought about Gu Fei's strength. "It's him?" Qian Yu's murderous aura became thicker, and the entire sky darkened. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire place. In the central celestial realm, on the peak of incipient God Mountain, Qian Yu stretched out his right hand and a divine weapon flew into his hand. Qian Yu held the divine weapon, and in the next moment, a powerful force burst out from his body and was poured into the divine weapon in his hand. Buzz! The divine weapon in Qian Yu's hand shook violently. Then, many ancient divine marks appeared on the divine weapon, and a powerful energy burst out from the divine weapon. It was like a terrifying heavenly beast that had been in a deep sleep had awakened. "I'm going to see if this Gu Fei has 3 heads and 6 arms to kill Dragon Song." Chapter 4184. The whole heavenly god realm was in an incomparably turbulent state. All kinds of forces appeared on the scene, and even some ancient forces appeared. The heavenly serpent race was undoubtedly one of the strongest races among the ancient races. This race had lived in seclusion in the heavenly god realm's East Marsh for generations. Long Tsong was from the heavenly serpent race. When the news that Long Tsong had been stomped to death by Gu Fei reached Eastern Swamp, the entire heavenly serpent clan was filled with grief and indignation. It should be known that the heavenly serpent clan had relied on Long Tsong to survive. However, Long Tsong was now dead. Their backbone was dead. This was undoubtedly the end of the heavenly serpent tribe. The entire tribe was gloomy and gloomy. At this moment, in Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei had already chased the Dark Knight Emperor and the others out of the inner world because Yin Er had arrived. Yin Er had arrived. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was holding her disciple little spirit fairy Er's hand as she leisurely walked over. She was like a supreme fairy, elegant and otherworldly. Little Ling Xian was her disciple. Of course, it could also be said that she and Gu Fei shared the same disciple, because little Ling Xian respectfully addressed the two as masters. Of course, Gu Fei didn't care about it. Yin naturally wouldn't care about it either. I heard you were injured. Is that true? Yin asked with concern as she led little spirit fairy to Gu Fei. Who's so talkative? Gu Fei said. Could it be those two girls? When Gu Fei ascended to the heavenly god realm, he sent Zhou Ziru and Emo Xian into the inner world and let them cultivate there. He didn't pay much attention to them. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. Gu Fei passed on the technique to Zhou Ziru, allowing her to cultivate and comprehend it on her own. He did not interfere too much. As for Emo Xian, she wasn't his direct disciple. She was only an in-name disciple. I'm very curious, who in this world can hurt you? Yin said. She was very clear about Gu Fei's cultivation. He was extremely powerful and invincible, and he could sweep through the myriad of worlds. Who could be a match for him? Gu Fei smiled awkwardly. Your cultivation, Yin suddenly exclaimed. With her cultivation, she could naturally see through Gu Fei's cultivation at a glance. He was sent into the cycle of reincarnation, Gu Fei said. What? Yin was shocked. She didn't know about the battle between Gu Fei and the first primogenitor. She also didn't know that the first primogenitor used his life to force Gu Fei into the cycle of reincarnation. He wanted Gu Fei to perish in the cycle of reincarnation. What the hell is going on? Yin's expression became dignified. This was not a trivial matter. Gu Fei was the backbone of their family. If Gu Fei collapsed, their family would be finished. In the world of cultivation, it was all about one's fists. Only when one's fists were strong would others respect you. The weak were destined to be eliminated. Therefore, Gu Fei told Yin about his battle with the first demon progenitor. I didn't expect the demons of the ancestors' world to have such existences. After Yin heard this, she was truly frightened. Gu Fei had nearly been defeated. In a battle of this level, defeat would mean death. Master, what is a demon? Are demons bad people? Little spirit fairy suddenly raised her head and asked Yin Demons are not humans, and not all demons are bad demons, Yin said as she touched little spirit fairy's head. A demon injured Master Gu Fei. How is it not a bad demon? Little spirit fairy asked doubtfully. You will understand when you grow up, Yin said. Although little spirit fairy had been sent into the inner world by Gu Fei for a long time, her growth seemed to be very slow. She was still like a child. However, under Yin's guidance, little spirit fairy's cultivation improved very quickly. At such a young age, she was already an immortal expert. Let's go back first, Gu Fei said. Okay. Yin nodded, held little spirit fairy's hand, and flew in the direction of the valley. When they returned to the valley, the higher-ups of the Ming clan and the undead spirit clan were already waiting outside the valley. They were extremely excited. It should be noted that Gu Fei rarely returned to the inner world. Now that he was back, they naturally had to pay their respects. However, those people were blocked outside the entrance of the valley by two servants. Even though the cultivation of the two maids wasn't that great, no one dared to act presumptuously. The three lords of the dead spirits and the ancestor of the Ming family were all very respectful as they waited outside the entrance of the valley. When they saw Gu Fei and Yin return together, everyone waiting outside the valley knelt before them. Welcome, Master, everyone said in unison. All of you can leave, Gu Fei said. Then, he walked directly into the valley with Yin Everyone waited until Gu Fei and Yin entered the valley before standing up and leaving. However, the patriarch of the Ming clan and the three undead spirit lords did not leave. They still waited outside the entrance of the valley. Gu Fei and Yin naturally had a lot to talk about after their reunion. Gu Fei stayed in the valley for 3 days in a row. During these 3 days, he summoned the old ancestor of the Ming clan and the three lords of the dead spirits of the dead spirit clan. He also entered the depths of the inner world to see the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine. There were divine medicines all around the heavenly spring of life. Any one of them had the effect of reviving the dead. Any one of them would cause a stir in the heavenly divine world. Gu Fei did not touch the divine medicines near the heavenly spring of life. Instead, he asked for a drop of blood essence from the immortal ancestral dragon divine medicine. This was something that could save one's life. Even if one was on the brink of death, as long as he ate this drop of blood essence, he could instantly recover. Gu Fei originally wanted to see Zhou Ziru and Imo Xian, but they were in seclusion. He did not want to disturb them. On the fourth day, Gu Fei walked out of the valley. Swoosh! Gu Fei turned into a divine light and instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the valley, a woman in white looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared with a calm expression. Master, where is Master Gu Fei going? Little Ling Xian'er asked. He is going to do what the lords want to do, Yan'er said. What the lords want to do? Little Ling Xian'er asked curiously. Well, let's go back. Yan'er said and led little Ling Xian'er into the depths of the valley. At this time, in the heavenly battling city of the heavenly divine world, countless divine realm experts gathered in the city. The whole city was waving flags and wild beasts roaring. Many powerful figures appeared in the city. A divine phoenix flew over from the east. A man in green sat cross-legged on the back of the divine phoenix. The phoenix race is here. Some old gods in the city were surprised to see this. The phoenix race in the southern divine region was a race that had lived in seclusion for countless years. In the distant past, the phoenix race and the heavenly serpent race were equally famous. The heavenly serpent race produced Long Song, while the phoenix race's peerless expert had fallen. Therefore, the current phoenix race was inferior to the heavenly serpent race. However, when the news that Long Song was killed by Gu Fei spread, the phoenix race could not sit still. The hidden races had once again appeared in everyone's field of vision. This was a major event, and the power structure of the entire heavenly god realm had received a great impact. A new order was forming. Rumble. At this moment, in the west, a golden lion stepped through the void and rushed towards heaven battling city. This was an extremely powerful golden lion emperor, a peerless power that caused the world to tremble beneath its feet. The golden lion race has also come out. Someone exclaimed. Both the phoenix race and the golden lion race were once the strongest races in the southern divine region. They had once dominated the fate of the southern divine region. Everyone thought that the ancient race had been annihilated in the long river of time. Who would have thought that they still existed? The strength of the ancient race was undeniable. The experts of the phoenix race and the golden lion race were godly venerable level existences. Godly Venerable was a legendary existence, but now, with the appearance of the ancient race, the number of godly venerable experts had increased. These guys had cultivated for countless months. Their cultivation and combat power were so high that they were the top existences in the entire heavenly divine realm. Only guys of this level were qualified to follow Gu Fei to conquer the central divine region. Soon, another ruthless person arrived outside heavenly battling city. It was a brawny man riding a howling moon celestial wolf with a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. Isn't that the howling moon battle ancestor? Someone recognized the brawny man. The howling moon race has also come out, an old god side. The arrival of these experts at heavenly battling city naturally meant that the rulers of these forces wanted to submit to Gu Fei and submit to Gu Fei. It should be known that the current ruler of the southern divine region was Gu Fei. Naturally, these ancient clans had come to pay their respects to Gu Fei. The Howling Moon race, the Phoenix race, and the Golden Lion race were ancient clans that had existed for countless years. Their heritage was incomparably deep, but now, these ancient clans had no choice but to choose a side. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. These ancient clans would not come until the last moment. It should be known that no one was willing to be someone else's slave. However, if they did not surrender, the consequences would be very serious. If Gu Fei became angry, it was very likely that he would attack the ancient clans. At that time, it would be too late to beg for mercy. Gu Fei was not a cruel and merciless person, but if someone made him unhappy, he would deal with them with lightning speed. Just as the experts of the great clans of the southern divine region gathered in heavenly battling city, The void above the city suddenly rippled like water. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the trembling void. This person was none other than Gu Fei. "Welcome, my lord." Just as Gu Fei appeared, such a voice came from the city lord's residence. At this time, the Dark Knight Emperor and the others came out of the house to welcome him. All the experts in the city stared at the figure in the sky. "That person is Gu Fei?" Someone in the city said in a low voice. "Yes, he is," an old god said. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was welcomed into the city lord's residence by the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. Soon, news spread that Gu Fei would personally lead an army to attack the Central Divine Region the next day. It's time. Chapter 4185. On the second day after Gu Fei came out of his inner world, countless soldiers clad in divine armor and wielding spears appeared in the sky above heaven battling city. These were the soldiers the great forces of the Southern Divine Region had gathered. There were the Howling Moon Race, the Phoenix Race, the Golden Lion Race, and the countless soldiers and generals under God Emperor Tatian. The murderous aura from countless divine generals and heavenly soldiers gathered together to form a monstrous murderous aura. Even an ultimate god would be shocked by such a terrifying aura. The heavenly god realm was a superior world. The cultivation system here was relatively complete, and countless divine soldiers and generals could set up battle formations that allowed them to challenge even stronger existences. It could be said that Heaven Battling City was the focus of the Southern Divine Region right now. Countless forces of the Southern Divine Region had sent their elites to Heaven Battling City to attack the Central Divine Region with Gu Fei. To the living beings of the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern Divine Domains, the Central Divine Domain was the supreme divine land. The living beings of the four divine domains cultivated their entire lives just to enter the Central Divine Domain. But now, the experts of the Southern Divine Region were going to attack the Central Divine Region with Gu Fei. The great forces of the Southern Divine Region had been hesitant at first, but when they learned that Gu Fei had defeated Tung Yi and killed Long Tsong in one go, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all wanted to follow Gu Fei into the Central Divine Region to get a share of the loot. However, there was one person who hadn't sent a single soldier to Heaven Battling City. That person was the Southern Heaven God Emperor, Xian Kuan. As a result, the atmosphere became a little strange. It should be known that Gu Fei was the ruler of the Southern Divine Region right now. Who would dare disobey his orders? Forget about Gu Fei. Even Gu Fei's subordinate, the God of Nine Deaths, could send those bastards from the Southern Divine Region rolling over to him with a wave of his hand. Isn't the Southern Heaven God relying on his daughter's friendship with Master? If it wasn't for that, we would have gone there already. Inside the great hall of the City Lord's residence, Gu Fei's subordinates and the experts of the Southern Divine Region had gathered together. After Wang Xuanji became a God Emperor, he really wanted to challenge the Southern Heaven God Emperor to a fight. In the battle tens of thousands of years ago, Wang Xuanji had lost because he was distracted and could not focus on the battle against the South Heaven God Emperor. Wang Xuanji had always been brooding over that battle. Now that his worries had been resolved, he was at the peak of his life. Naturally, he wanted to challenge the Southern Heaven God Emperor again. However, because Gu Fei was friends with the Southern Heaven God Emperor's daughter, Xian Shi, he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, the consequences of angering his master, Gu Fei, were unimaginable. Wang Xuanji could only be secretly depressed. "Brother Xianji, it's been 1,000 years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." At this time, a person came to Wang Xuanji's side. This person had a head of golden hair, big eyes, and was extremely domineering. "So it's Jin Yu from the Golden Lion clan, Brother Jin?" Wang Xuanji recognized the newcomer. Jin Yu was from the same generation as him, and had even made his debut earlier than Wang Xuanji. "What? You want to settle the score with Nantian?" Jin Yu looked at Wang Xuanji with a faint smile. Humph. When Wang Xuanji heard this, his face immediately darkened. "Brother Xuanji, now that you've become a martial monarch, why bother arguing with the South Heaven God Emperor?" A middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over. He was wearing a purple dragon robe and a golden crown. He had the demeanor of a king. Zhang Wuji of the Southern Divine Region's royal family? Wang Xuanji glanced at the man and said calmly. The Southern Divine Region's royal family was one of the 5 strongest factions in the Southern Divine Region. Zhang Wuji of the Zhang clan. Although he was not the ruler of the Southern Divine Region's royal family, his cultivation had reached the martial monarch realm. Your Zhang clan seems to be very close to the South Heaven God Emperor recently, Wang Xuanji said unpleasantly. Hee, I don't think it's any of your business who my Zhang clan is close to, Zhang Wuji said with a smile. Humph. Then the matter between me and the South Heaven God Emperor has nothing to do with you, Wang Xuanji said coldly. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. All right, let's end the topic here. Jin Yu of the Golden Lion clan took a step forward and stood between the two. Both of them were martial monarchs. The consequences would be unpredictable if a conflict broke out. That being said, Jin Yu's worry was unnecessary. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor would not dare to cause trouble here, let alone Wang Xuanji. After all, a single thought from Gu Fei could take their lives. In Gu Fei's eyes, their lives weren't that precious. Gu Fei did not show up. Neither did the Dark Knight Emperor or the True Dragon Emperor. Only the 9 Deaths Divine Master walked out from the back of the hall. As soon as the 9 Deaths Divine Master came out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The hall immediately fell silent. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Greetings, Lord 9 Deaths. Everyone in the hall respectfully knelt down before Death Overlord. They were very respectful towards Death Overlord and didn't dare to show any neglect. Hierarch 9 Deaths ignored them. He walked up to the throne and sat down on it. He was a high and mighty existence. The 3 giants of the heavenly world generally would not deal with anything directly. The 9 Deaths Divine Master was the spokesperson of the 3 giants. For countless years, the 9 Deaths Divine Master had been helping the 3 giants deal with everything. Not many people in the heavenly world knew the 3 giants, but almost everyone knew the 9 Deaths Divine Master. You're all ready, right? The 9 Deaths Divine Master said lazily. Lord 9 Deaths Divine Master, everything is ready. Wang Xuanji, who was lying on the ground, said quickly. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? The 9 Deaths Divine Master said. Master hasn't sent an order yet. This, Wang Xuanji said hesitantly. My words are Master's words. Let's go. The 9 Deaths Divine Master waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Wang Xuanji retreated. Soon, the countless armies above Heaven Battling City began to move. However, just as the Heaven Battling City army was about to set out, a terrifying destructive aura descended from the sky. This is, the aura of destruction that descended from the sky spread out in all directions, shocking all the cultivators in the city. Countless cultivators jerked their heads upwards. In the next instant, all of them were so frightened that their souls nearly flew out of their bodies. They saw stars falling from the starry sky. What? Even the powerhouses were helpless at this time. Once the countless stars fell to the ground, it would be like the end of the world. Countless living beings would die. Hold up the sky. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the sky. He roared and raised his right hand. Rumble. As Gu Fei raised his right hand, it was as if he was holding up the whole world. Even in the face of such an apocalyptic scene, the countless battle soldiers remained calm and collected. They retreated calmly into the distance, not panicking at all. Who's doing it? Jin Yu of the Golden Lion clan rushed out and roared. The stars in the sky would not fall by themselves. Someone must be doing it. At this moment, Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the countless stars that were descending from the sky immediately flew towards his palm. He actually managed to grab all of them in his hand. Picking up stars with one's hand was a great divine power. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Master, Wang Xuanji and the others were all surprised to see the person in the sky. Oomph! At this moment, a sneer came from the sky. The next moment, a vague figure appeared high in the sky. The mysterious figure exuded a powerful pressure that made countless powerhouses kneel. You're Gu Fei? You do have some skills. The mysterious figure said. You sneaky guy, do you dare to come out and fight? Gu Fei did not bother to talk nonsense with these guys. Kill. The mysterious person did not waste any time and directly attacked. A purple light suddenly appeared and directly tore the void between heaven and earth, illuminating heaven and earth. The terrifying purple light directly bombarded Gu Fei's head with a destructive aura spreading. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei did not dodge and was directly hit by the power that was enough to kill an ultimate god. The next moment, his figure disappeared in the void without a trace. Was he bombarded into dust? The surrounding powerhouses were all stunned when they saw that there was only a huge black hole where Gu Fei originally stood. There was chaotic energy lingering in the black hole. That attack had a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was just a casual attack from the mysterious figure in the sky. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was blasted into pieces by the purple light, Gu Fei appeared again and directly rushed out of the black hole. Haha, awesome. Gu Fei's physical body was extremely strong and was not afraid of the chaotic turbulence at all. Again, he soared into the sky and directly rushed toward the mysterious expert in the sky. At that moment, the Dark Knight Emperor, True Dragon Emperor, and the others were watching the battle from afar and did not dare to get too close. Gu Fei, you're dead meat. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Someone was communicating with him on the divine consciousness level. At that moment, Gu Fei had already started fighting with the mysterious figure in the sky. The two extremely strong forces were constantly colliding and constantly canceling each other out. Who is that person? He can actually fight with Master for so long. Could it be the leader of the three magnates is here? Some people were whispering to each other. The leader of the three magnates, Qianyu, was definitely the most powerful existence in the entire heavenly divine realm. Is it really him? Everyone was shocked and countless people felt great pressure from the leader of the three magnates. However, everyone was just guessing. No one knew who it was and who had the power to compete with the ruthless Gu Fei. Chapter 4186. The heavenly divine realm was a world where gods were revered. Cultivation of the divine path was popular here. Both the human race and the foreign races cultivated the divine path with the goal of becoming a god. In this world of divine path, the ultimate gods were the most powerful beings. However, some creatures were even more powerful than the ultimate gods. Of course, they were still divine experts. No one in the heavenly divine realm could transcend the divine path. The three magnates of the heavenly divine realm were regarded as heaven-defying divine masters who were even stronger than the ultimate gods. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't know the title of Godly Lord. Only those old-timers of the divine Tao knew what Godly Lord represented. There were only three heaven-defying divine masters in the entire heavenly divine realm. They were the three magnates of the central divine realm, Longcong, Teng-Yi, and their boss, Qianyu. Nine-side divine master was only a young divine master. At this time, Gu Fei's army was about to enter the central divine realm. However, a mysterious expert suddenly appeared just as the army was about to set out. The mysterious expert was so powerful that even nine-side divine master was shocked. Gu Fei had no choice but to take action himself because the others weren't a match for this mysterious expert. Do people in the central divine realm like to hide their heads and show their tails? High up in the sky, Gu Fei said to the mysterious expert, I have never changed my name or surname. I am Qianyu. The mysterious expert said coldly, What? That's Qianyu? The boss of the three magnates? Someone exclaimed. Ordinary cultivators didn't know who Qianyu was, but the ancient divine experts in the heavenly divine realm knew how powerful and terrifying he was. Is it really Qianyu? Who else could it be? He's the only one in the entire heavenly divine realm who's qualified to fight against Gu Fei, someone said. The news of Qianyu's arrival quickly spread across the entire southern divine region and the heavenly divine realm. So it's the boss of the three magnates. Very well, it'll save me a lot of trouble if I defeat you, Gu Fei said as he attacked. A misty divine light surged out of his hands. He clenched his right fist as if he was holding a part of the world. Then, he punched at Qianyu. Rumble. The entire world shook along with Gu Fei's punch, and pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared in the void. You want to defeat me? Let's see if you have the ability. Qianyu coldly spoke as a shocking killing intent gushed forth from his body, causing the weather to change. When Gu Fei punched at him, he also punched at Gu Fei's fist. A ball of blue light surged out from his fist, like a blue sun appearing between heaven and earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists collided in an instant, and the resulting shockwaves spread out. The void within a radius of 1,000 miles directly shattered, turning into a black hole. Everything that this destructive power enveloped was obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, Nine Deaths Hierarch saw that the situation was not good, and immediately led the armies away from Heaven Battling City and stationed them far enough away. Otherwise, the armies of the Southern Divine Region would have been finished. In front of super experts like Gu Fei and Qianyu, no army could withstand a single blow from them. This was the confidence of the three magnates. As long as they were strong enough, they could destroy an entire army with a single punch. The two figures immediately separated. In this exchange, neither of them had gained the upper hand. You can actually block my punch? Gu Fei said with some surprise. Although he hadn't used his eternal power yet, the power of this punch wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Qianyu was sent flying thousands of miles away. He was also very surprised. This human seemed to have an unimaginable power in his body that could actually contend with him. Among the three magnates of the heavenly god realm, the strongest was the heaven-defying divine master. Even if Longsong and Tengyi joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Qianyu. Then you can only blame yourself for defeating Tengyi and killing Longsong. With your cultivation, you can definitely become a divine master. Qianyu stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "What is a divine master?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Submit to me, and I will let you sit in the position that originally belonged to Long Tsong." Qianyu said, "Hee, what if I want to sit in your position?" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. "Then you can go die." Qianyu's voice turned gloomy. "There can't be two masters in a world. A battle between us is unavoidable, so let's cut the crap. Let's talk with strength." Gu Fei clenched his fists, and a monstrous battle intent immediately erupted from his body. "Very well, let's fight," Qianyu said as he took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed thousands of miles and appeared in front of Gu Fei. He then threw a punch at Gu Fei. As Qianyu threw his punch, it seemed as though all the energy in the world was moved by him. From Gu Fei's point of view, it was as though the entire world was pressing down on him. His entire body was confined, and he could only watch as the other party's fist flew towards him. Just as Qianyu's fist was about to land on Gu Fei, a ball of divine light suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's chest. That ball of divine light immediately blocked the confining energy that was enveloping Gu Fei. Gu Fei could move now. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Qianyu's fist. "What?" Qianyu was shocked. He immediately exerted force in an attempt to break free from Gu Fei's grip. However, in the next moment, he was already sent flying by Gu Fei. At the same time, Gu Fei's legs were faster than lightning, and they landed on Qianyu's body. Sounds of collisions and bones breaking rang out. In that instant, even Qianyu himself did not know how many times he had been kicked by Gu Fei. He felt as though there wasn't a single bone in his body that was intact. Bam! Gu Fei's leg flew up and kicked Qianyu's head. Qianyu's head exploded like a watermelon. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Qianyu was the strongest heaven-defying divine master in the heavenly god realm. How could he be defeated by Gu Fei just like that? Bam! Under Gu Fei's attack, Qianyu's body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Qianyu, the leader of the three big shots of the heavenly god realm, was actually defeated by Gu Fei? Although it couldn't be said that Qianyu's reputation was undeserved, he was defeated too quickly. Leader. Chapter 4187. Gu Fei had actually destroyed Qianyu's divine body. This scene stunned everyone who was watching the battle from afar. Everyone found it hard to believe. One had to know that Qianyu was one of the three strongest powerhouses of the heavenly god realm's central divine region. Boss loss, Tengyi, who had been watching the battle from afar, was scared out of his wits. If even his boss wasn't a match for Gu Fei, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death if he were to fight Gu Fei? Tengyi turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, countless figures suddenly appeared around Gu Fei without any warning. In the next instant, countless fists smashed into his body. So Qianyu wasn't killed by Gu Fei. The sound of bones shattering rang out. This time, the tables had truly turned. Gu Fei had just destroyed Qianyu, but now, all of his bones had been shattered by Qianyu. Of course, apart from his sternum. Not only was Gu Fei's sternum not shattered by Qianyu, it even devoured all of Qianyu's power. This was because it was the eternal true bone. With Qianyu's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to shatter Gu Fei's eternal true bone. At the same time, the figures that filled the sky disappeared. Qianyu appeared in everyone's line of sight once again. The hazy feeling on his body had disappeared. The strongest divine master in the heavenly god realm was actually a fatty. Moreover, this fatty actually looked somewhat similar to the fatty who was known as the realm master. Haha, I just knew that boss wouldn't die so easily. Tengyi, who was watching the battle from afar, clenched his fists tightly. His palms were all sweaty. One had to know that the battle between Qianyu and Gu Fei would decide everyone's fate. If Qianyu lost, the heavenly god realm would have a new master. Not all the god emperors of the southern divine region hoped that Gu Fei would win. If Gu Fei died, they would be free and their fates would no longer be controlled by others. However, if they knew that once Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him, who knew if they would still want Gu Fei to die. At this moment, Gu Fei's bones were rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths of time, the bones that were shattered by Qianyu had completely recovered. What? Could it be that you have the immortal godly body? Qianyu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. What is the undying godly body? Gu Fei said somewhat disdainfully. The so-called immortal divine body was just a kind of heaven-defying physique in the heavenly god realm. It was impossible to achieve true immortality. One should know that even an immortal supreme existence would fall one day, let alone an immortal godly physique. What an arrogant fellow! Qianyu was enraged because he himself possessed the undying godly physique. Gu Fei actually dared to look down on his undying godly physique. Kill! Qianyu roared and pounced towards Gu Fei once again. You want to fight me in close combat? Are you courting death? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. What? Qianyu was taken aback. Then, he was directly trampled down from the sky by a giant foot. This heavenly god realm magnate smashed down towards heaven battling city like a meteorite. Gu Fei was a cultivator. Qianyu had definitely made a fatal mistake by fighting Gu Fei in close combat. One must know that cultivators were best at close combat. Roar! Qianyu was enraged. Terrifying divine energy erupted from his body. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the defensive array of heaven battling city started to collapse. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators hiding in heaven battling city were scared out of their wits. Once the defensive array completely collapsed, heaven battling city would be directly wiped off the ground by the destructive force from the sky. Countless cultivators in the city would naturally die as well. This was not what Gu Fei wanted to see. Just before heaven battling city defending array was about to be smashed by Qianyu, a massive ancient cauldron phantom rushed out from the city lord's mansion of heaven battling city and enveloped the entire city. The terrifying force from the sky was directly blocked by the ancient cauldron shadow. The ancient cauldron's illusory figure was faint and illusory, as if it could dissipate into the void at any time. However, it was this ancient cauldron's illusory figure that blocked the destructive power that descended from the sky. Qianyu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Boom! Qianyu ruthlessly smashed into the ancient cauldron shadow. In the next moment, he was actually blasted into a cloud of blood mist by the recoil. All the cultivators in the city who witnessed this scene were stunned. There was no doubt that Qianyu was powerful. It could only be said that Gu Fei was stronger than Qianyu. When Gu Fei stepped on the number 1 heaven-defying divine master in the heavenly god world, his power was earth-shattering. The invincible aura he displayed convinced countless people. In the next moment, Qianyu instantly reformed his divine body. He possessed the immortal divine body. Although he couldn't achieve true immortality, it wouldn't be easy to kill Qianyu. In order to kill Qianyu, he had to use extreme methods. Haha, don't waste your energy. I can't be killed. Qianyu laughed crazily as he soared into the sky and once again appeared in front of Gu Fei. Can't be killed? Is that true? Gu Fei looked at Qianyu, and the corner of his mouth curled up. At the same time, a vertical purple mark suddenly appeared on Gu Fei's forehead, as if a peerless divine eye was about to open. Qianyu couldn't help but be shocked when he sensed the energy fluctuation coming from the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead. This was the eternal true eye that Gu Fei had cultivated. This was the first time he used the eternal true eye to fight with someone. He didn't know how powerful the eternal true eye was. Qianyu instinctively felt the danger. How is this possible? Does this guy really have the power to threaten me? Qianyu was in disbelief. Swish! At this moment, a ray of divine light shot out from the vertical mark on Gu Fei's forehead. The speed of the divine light was indescribably fast. Qianyu felt a chill on the left side of his body. He lowered his head and saw that the left side of his body had disappeared. There was no blood flowing out from the wound. The left side of his body seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It was completely obliterated. What? Qianyu's shock was no small matter. This was the most thorough annihilation. His blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, along with the essence, energy, and spirit that had been fused into his blood, flesh, tendons, and even his life imprints were all annihilated. Even if Qianyu had the immortal divine body, it was impossible to recover from such a thorough obliteration. How? How is this possible? Qianyu was truly frightened this time. Chapter 4188. Southern Divine Region, Heaven Battling City, the place where Gu Fei was temporarily staying. It was also Gu Fei's main camp in the Heavenly God Realm. Gu Fei unified the Southern Divine Region and was preparing to conquer the Central Divine Region. He only had one goal, and that was to obtain the origin energy of the Heavenly God Realm to increase his own cultivation. Of course, he wouldn't do something like annihilation. He wouldn't directly take away the origin energy and cause a superior world like the Heavenly God Realm to gradually lose its vitality and die. Even heaven and earth would die at some point. The origin energy of a heaven and earth was the foundation of its existence. Once it lost its origin energy, the heaven and earth would slowly die as well. The billions of living beings that lived in this heaven and earth would be buried along with it. At this moment, Gu Fei was high up in the sky, fighting against the strongest heaven-defying divine master in the Heavenly God Realm, Qianyu. Violent energy spread in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The battle between such powerful existences directly caused a great calamity. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was turned into ruins, and all the mountains were razed to the ground. Even the void was hit by black holes. Primal chaos energy seeped out of those black holes, and the void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Everyone had already retreated far enough to watch the battle, not daring to get close. If they were caught in the shockwaves of such a world-destroying battle, even a divine Venerable would die, let alone a God Emperor. Even Nine Deaths God didn't dare to watch the battle from a close distance and retreated far away. At this moment, everyone watching the battle was shocked by the divine ability Gu Fei had displayed. What kind of divine ability is that? Nine Deaths God stared at Gu Fei in the distance, his eyes shining brightly. Just now, a beam of divine light had shot out of Gu Fei's glabella and hit the left half of Qianyu's body. As a result, the left half of Qianyu's body, who was known to have an immortal divine body, disappeared, and it couldn't be restored. How is this possible? The other divine master of the Heavenly God Realm, Teng Yi, was stunned by this scene. Qianyu was the strongest big shot in the Heavenly God Realm. Even if Longcong and Tang Yi joined hands, they wouldn't be his opponent. But now, he had met his match. At this moment, the purple scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows vibrated, as if it could open up at any time. Qian Yu was scared out of his wits. He immediately soared into the sky and tried to escape. Just now, the divine light that had shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows had directly swept across the left side of his body, directly obliterating the left side of his body. If he was hit by the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he would really die. Qian Yu was shocked to the extreme. This fella named Gu Fei actually cultivated a supreme sacred art that could obliterate the undying god physique. This way, Qian Yu would lose his greatest support. Do you think you can escape? Gu Fei stared at the escaping Qian Yu. In the next instant, a beam of divine light shot out from his glabella and swept towards the escaping Qian Yu. The eternal true, I possessed heaven-defying power. A beam of divine light flashed across the void. Then, Qian Yu's entire body disappeared, leaving only his head behind. Roar! Qian Yu desperately used his divine power to break through the void in an attempt to escape into the primal chaos. At this moment, the purple scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows lit up again. No, Qian Yu directly rushed into the primal chaos. However, a beam of purple light flashed by and Qian Yu's head was instantly swept away. In the next instant, the head turned into a skull. It wasn't completely obliterated. Within the skull, there was a ball of divine light that was flickering. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Although the eternal true eye that he had cultivated wasn't powerful enough to destroy everything, it wasn't something that just anyone could block. I see. Gu Fei took a closer look and saw a ball of hazy divine light spreading from within Qian Yu's head, protecting his skull. It was this seemingly weak divine light that had actually blocked the attack of his eternal true eye. After all, the eternal true eye used the power of eternity. That is, when Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura, he suddenly thought of the immortal heart that he had obtained in the Dark Knight continent. Let's see what that is. Gu Fei moved. He took a step forward and instantly rushed into the primal chaos. He broke through the layers of primal chaos and chased after the escaping skull. What? The skull was extremely shocked. It had never expected that Gu Fei would be strong enough to walk in the primal chaos. Qian Yu still wanted to resist, but Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed his skull. A powerful force emanated from his hand and suppressed the skull. Spare me. At this moment, the number one heaven-defying divine master of the heavenly god realm had no choice but to beg for mercy from Gu Fei in order to save his life. He did not want to be killed by Gu Fei just like that. Gu Fei sneered and did not say anything. His gaze pierced through the skull and looked inside. There was actually a pearl in Qian Yu's skull. It was a bone pearl the size of a thumb, and it was emitting a hazy divine light. Could it be something that belongs to the same person? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, Qian Yu was extremely frightened. He was afraid that Gu Fei would kill him. Where did you get that bone bead in your head? Gu Fei thought for a moment before asking. I got it from an ancient site in the Central Divine Territory, Qian Yu quickly answered. It seems like you don't know either. Gu Fei was a little disappointed. In the next moment, he exerted some force with his right hand and extracted the bone pearl from Qian Yu's skull. Master, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. Qian Yu did not care about anything in order to survive. Spare you? Gu Fei thought to himself. I'm not familiar with the Central Divine Territory, and I'm missing a guide. Then I'll spare your life. After saying that, Gu Fei directly planted a restrictive technique on Qian Yu's soul. If Qian Yu showed any signs of betrayal, Gu Fei would only need a single thought to destroy his body and soul, causing him to perish. Thank you for sparing my life, Master. Thank you for sparing my life. Qian Yu was both surprised and happy. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. When Gu Fei walked out of the shattered void with a skull in his hand, the whole place went silent and everyone's jaws dropped. Qian Yu lost? The heaven-defying divine master Qian Yu lost? Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had no choice but to believe it because they had seen it with their own eyes. The news of Gu Fei defeating Qian Yu spread across the entire heavenly divine realm and shocked the whole world. In particular, the major forces in the Central Divine Territory were terrified. They were afraid that Gu Fei would kill his way into the Central Divine Territory. Chapter 4189. What? Our Lord God was defeated by that Gu Fei? When the news reached the central divine area, the entire place boiled up. Everybody couldn't believe it. Qian Yu was the strongest god lord. However, when Qian Yu sent a message back asking all the forces in the central celestial realm to surrender, the experts of the major forces in the central celestial realm knew that Qian Yu had really been defeated by Gu Fei. As a result, quite a big riot broke out in the central divine realm. On the third day after Gu Fei defeated Qian Yu, he sent someone to deal with the central divine area's affairs. Qian Yu was extremely gloomy when he returned to the central divine area. When he had left the central divine area, he was still the supreme number one expert in the heavenly god realm. However, when he returned, he had become someone else's slave. I have traveled the world and defeated all the invincible experts in the heavenly god realm. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by that guy. Qian Yu was resentful. Kill them if they don't surrender. Qian Yu directly sent out the message. What? All the forces in the central divine area were watching. Shortly, the place where Qian Yu was staying was packed with people. Everybody wanted to live. However, some would rather die than surrender. With regards to these people, Qian Yu's method was simple. He would kill them all. With Qian Yu leading the way, Gu Fei didn't need to spend much effort to get to the central divine area. After Qian Yu had reconstructed his body, his cultivation base seemed to have become stronger. The heavenly god realm's origin of heaven and earth was at the incipient god mountain. This time, Gu Fei only brought the Dark Knight Emperor, Death God 9, and the True Dragon Emperor to the central divine area. Besides Death God 9, the other two had never been to the incipient god mountain before. They were very curious about the sacred mountain of the heavenly god realm. When Qian Yu brought Gu Fei's group to the foot of the incipient god mountain, besides Gu Fei and Death God 9, the Dark Knight Emperor and the True Dragon Emperor were stunned by the sacred mountain. The mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. They couldn't see the peak. The heaven and earth spirit energy around the sacred mountain was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Cultivating in this divine land would yield twice the result with half the effort. Qian Yu led everyone up the mountain, and very quickly, they reached the peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large hall. Qian Yu walked directly towards the main hall and brought everyone to the front of the main hall. Master, please follow me. Qian Yu pushed open the door and walked in. There was nothing in the main hall except for a huge formation diagram on the ground. This formation diagram seemed to have been created by nature. Each rune contained a powerful aura. Teleportation array? At a glance, Gu Fei could tell that the array on the ground was a teleportation array. However, this teleportation array seemed to have not been activated for a long time. Master, please, Qian Yu said as he walked into the teleportation array. Gu Fei glanced at Qian Yu before following suit. The Dark Knight Emperor and the others wanted to go forward, but they were stopped by Gu Fei, who asked them to wait here. Qian Yu activated the teleportation array. The entire array lit up, and in the next instant, a ball of divine light appeared as the two of them disappeared from the great hall. Just as Gu Fei appeared in the void, something suddenly attacked him. The surroundings were dark, and the mysterious living being was hidden in the darkness. Qian Yu was nowhere to be seen. Brat, are you here to die? At this moment, an eerie voice rang out in the darkness. Who are you? Gu Fei said coldly. Who am I? I've lived for too long. I don't even know who I am anymore. That voice rang out. Where's Qian Yu? Gu Fei asked. Qian Yu? That little brat brought you here? You're thinking of stealing the origin energy of heaven and earth? The voice of the person in the dark turned cold. So what if I am? Gu Fei said indifferently. At this moment, a vertical mark appeared on his forehead. The origin energy of heaven and earth is mine. Go to hell. The person in the dark roared. In the next moment, a black shadow appeared behind Gu Fei without a sound. The black shadow stretched out its right hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. The 5 fingers of the person emitted a dark light that pierced through the void like a sharp sword. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. The mysterious person's attack missed. At the same time, Gu Fei's fist had already arrived in front of the mysterious man. Although the fist energy was contained within it, it did not explode. However, if this fist hit the target, the power contained within the fist would instantly explode. The tyrannical power was enough to blast anyone apart. What? The mysterious person was obviously shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful. The mysterious person floated away like a ghost. Gu Fei's punch also landed in the void and did not hit anything. Qianyu, that brat. At this moment, Gu Fei finally knew what Qianyu was planning. Was he trying to get someone else to do his dirty work? However, he could already feel the existence of the origin energy of heaven and earth. The origin energy of heaven and earth was definitely nearby. As long as he defeated this guy, he would be able to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. Rumble. Gu Fei was ruthless. A strong wave of energy immediately spread from his body. The surrounding void rippled like transparent water. Go to hell. Gu Fei's hands moved in front of him. Rays of divine light appeared in the void and directly turned into divine swords that pierced towards the mysterious person. Sword principle? The person seemed a little surprised. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The countless sword lights that pierced towards him were all swallowed by him. Gu Fei's heart moved. This guy actually dared to swallow his sword lights. It was really despicable. After the sword lights were swallowed by this guy, he could not sense them anymore. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not waste any time and directly punched. His fist moved quickly and rubbed against the air, creating a piercing sound. The mysterious person immediately retreated. He was not willing to fight with Gu Fei because he could already see that Gu Fei had a strong divine body and strength. Gu Fei was very disdainful. These guys were the most annoying. There was no other way. He had to end this quickly. As Gu Fei said this, he directly used the eternal real eye. In the next moment, a ray of divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a divine sword that slashed towards the mysterious person. The sword shadow flashed in the void, and one of the mysterious person's arms fell off. Roar! The mysterious man roared into the sky. His broken arm turned into ashes, and in the next moment, a new arm grew out of his body. In just a few seconds, the mysterious person's broken arm was completely restored. Go to hell. Chapter 4190. Gu Fei was brought to the origin of heaven and earth by Qianyu. It was a dusky void, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy was abundant. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy was higher than anywhere else in the heavenly God world. Cultivating in such a place would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. Even if a pig was thrown into this place, it would become a god after a long time, let alone those powerful creatures. However, not everyone could enter this place, because this was the most central place of the heavenly God realm. The entire heavenly God realm was gradually formed with this place as the starting point. Here, the origin of heaven and earth spiritual energy was condensed. This origin of heaven and earth spiritual energy was exactly what Gu Fei needed. However, after entering this place, Qianyu disappeared. Then, a mysterious person suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Preposterous. Gu Fei came to his senses in an instant and couldn't help but be furious. Qianyu actually dared to play this trick, trying to trick him. This was too despicable. This was killing with a borrowed knife. Qianyu wanted to use the mysterious person in the ancestral earth vein to kill Gu Fei. Swoosh! A ray of purple light suddenly appeared in the dusky heaven and earth. As the purple light flashed, a figure fell out of the void. The mysterious person was indescribably shocked. This fella's divine ability was so powerful. No wonder Qianyu and the other two weren't his match. On the mysterious person's shoulder, there was a wound so deep that the bone could be seen. There was blood flowing out of the wound. The mysterious person circulated his mysterious technique to heal his wound. However, he soon realized that there was a force attached to the wound, making it hard for it to heal. At this time, a figure walked out of the dusky void. Didn't you want to kill me? I'll stand here and let you kill me. Gu Fei came to the opposite side of the mysterious person and looked at him indifferently. What an arrogant fella. The mysterious person was shocked and angry. At this time, his body released a divine fire, instantly illuminating the dusky void. The wound on his shoulder was slowly healing. The force attached to the mysterious person's wound was gradually being erased. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This guy was quite capable. One must know that the power of the eternal gods wasn't so easily extinguished. However, Gu Fei quickly understood. He could feel that this mysterious person had actually become one with the surrounding world and could draw upon the surrounding energy at will. This was the power of origin of heaven and earth. In fact, the most precious part of the power of heaven and earth was the primordial violet qi. It was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth that evolved all things in the world. What Gu Fei wanted was the primordial violet qi. The primordial violet qi was a supreme treasure that countless powerhouses yearned for. If they could refine the primordial violet qi, they could become the master of a world. However, it seemed like no one in the heavenly god realm could refine the primordial violet aura. The mysterious man had been guarding the ancestral earth vein for countless years, but it seemed like he could only borrow the primordial energy for a short period of time, and he couldn't do it for long. It was unknown how long it would take for him to truly refine the primordial violet qi. Boom! In the next moment, an even stronger force erupted from the mysterious man's body. His entire body seemed to be on fire, and there were vague divine runes within the divine fire. "Little guy, I was just warming up," the mysterious man said coldly. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled and said, "I didn't even use 10% of my strength just now. I think I'll probably use 20% of my strength to deal with you." "What did you say?" The mysterious man was really angry. This guy actually dared to look down on him. This was really too despicable. One should know that even Xianyu, Longcong, and Tang Yi had to consider themselves as juniors in front of him. In front of him, they were just three little guys. "All right, show me what you've got," Gu Fei said impatiently. "Go to hell." The mysterious man was enraged. In the next moment, he turned into a divine beast and pounced towards Gu Fei. A violent force erupted from the divine beast, causing the surrounding space to distort from the heat. It was a divine beast that looked like a qilin, a four-legged snake, and a dragon. Even though Gu Fei was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such a fire-type divine beast. "Is this a divine beast that doesn't look like one?" Gu Fei said disdainfully. It looked like one, and didn't look like one at the same time. He directly gave this divine beast a name, None. As Gu Fei spoke, he separated his hands, and a ball of divine light emerged from his body. The divine beast directly collided with the divine light around Gu Fei's body. It was as if it had collided with an immortal divine mountain, and the entire space exploded. Gu Fei did not move at all. He was like an immortal divine mountain that had existed since the beginning of time. The divine beast that didn't look like one was in a miserable state. It was directly sent flying, and its head was bleeding. "What?" The three odd divine beasts were shocked to the extreme. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and stepped on the divine beast's head, causing it to fall from the sky. Boom! The divine beast that fell from the sky directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. This wasn't an ordinary place. This was the place where the Earth Ancestors' vein was located. Every piece of rock here was extremely hard. Even if one used a divine weapon, it would be very difficult to split the rocks here. However, the force of the divine beast's smash actually created a huge pit in the incomparably hard ground. This was absolutely shocking. Your skin is thick, and you can even use primordial energy for your own use. You are much stronger than Xianyu. Gu Fei looked down at the odd divine beast on the ground with his hands behind his back. The divine beast almost died from anger. Roar! The divine beast roared and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of divine fire at Gu Fei. Boom! An endless amount of fire exploded and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. The monstrous divine fire directly engulfed Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dodge at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back. However, a ball of divine light emerged from his chest and enveloped his entire body. This was a protective divine light formed from the power of eternity. No matter how powerful the divine flames of the three odd beasts were, burning the void to the point of annihilation, they could not break through his defenses. "Haha, you're still not dead yet? The odd divine beast laughed crazily. This divine flame was the true life flame that he had cultivated for countless years. A single breath of true fire could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, very quickly, the divine beast couldn't laugh anymore. How is this possible? The divine beast stared at Gu Fei, who was standing with his hands behind his back. It was extremely shocked. How is this possible? My fire actually. The divine beast was dumbfounded. I don't care about you at all. Since I'm in a good mood, you'd better kneel down and beg for mercy. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. You. At this moment, the divine beast was really panicking. However, he would rather die than kneel and beg for mercy as the ruler of a realm. If you don't beg for mercy, then die, Gu Fei said, and was about to attack. Wait. The odd divine beast jumped up from the ground and transformed into a human. What's wrong? Gu Fei's hand stopped in the air. Master, my master, please spare my life. The divine beast knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this. This guy actually admitted defeat just like that? Good, very good. As Gu Fei spoke, he pointed a finger and a ray of divine light rushed into the divine beast's body. What's that? The divine beast was shocked. He was just pretending to admit defeat. He didn't really want to submit to Gu Fei, nor did he really want to serve Gu Fei as his master. This was just a stopgap measure. That's a forbidden technique. As long as you obediently work for me, everything will be fine. If you dare to betray me, I can destroy your body and soul with just a thought, Gu Fei said indifferently. However, Gu Fei's words were like a bolt from the blue to the divine beast's ears. He collapsed to the ground. What? This? The divine beast's intestines turned green with regret. All right, bring me to the source of heaven and earth, Gu Fei said indifferently. Yes, master. Although the divine beast was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to joke around with his life. He could only endure for the time being and wait until he figured out what was going on. Determining the life and death of a person with a thought. Was there really such a divine ability in this world? The divine beast regained his senses and carefully brought Gu Fei to the depths of the earth ancestral vein. The underground space was huge and spacious. It was filled with endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he could refine all of the spiritual energy here, he would become the strongest existence in the heavenly god realm. However, these three odd beasts had been guarding the earth ancestral vein for countless years, yet they could only draw a trace of primordial energy for their own use. This trace of primordial energy was enough to defeat an incomparably powerful existence like Qianyu and become the true #1 expert in the heavenly god realm. However, Gu Fei cultivated the eternal energy, which was even more powerful than primordial energy. Very soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a giant pearl. The pearl was floating in the void, and there were actually iron chains locking it tightly. There was actually a dragon sealed inside the pearl. It was a purple dragon. This is the source of the heavenly god realm? Gu Fei looked at the pearl in front of him. He didn't show any signs of surprise, and his face was still calm. The divine beast that had been paying attention to Gu Fei was extremely shocked to see Gu Fei's calmness in front of the pearl. Could this fella be some kind of super antique? At this moment, Gu Fei extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion at the divine orb of origin in front of him. The purple dragon within the orb suddenly charged out and rapidly shrank before landing on his hand. What? The divine beast was stunned. It had waited here for countless years just to obtain the purple dragon in the pearl. It didn't expect Gu Fei to just wave his hand, and the purple dragon was already in his hand. Chapter 4191. Deep inside the Earth Ancestor vein in the heavenly god realm, Gu Fei waved his hand. A purple dragon that had been imprisoned in the heaven and earth origin divine bead flew out. As soon as the purple dragon flew out, the entire Earth Ancestor vein was filled with a terrifying pressure as if the supreme ancestor dragon had arrived. Rumble. In the outside world, the towering incipient god mountain suddenly shook violently. The Dark Knight Emperor, Death God, and True Dragon Emperor, who were waiting at the peak of incipient God Mountain, were all shocked. They could feel a terrifying aura coming from the foot of incipient God Mountain, which made them shudder. That is, Nine Deaths' God seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately turned ugly. What happened? The Dark Knight Emperor asked Death Supremacy. How would I know? Death God said indifferently. He vaguely knew what had happened. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, a loud laugh came. A figure walked out of the deep starry sky and arrived above the peak of incipient God Mountain, looking down at the three experts. God Lord Tang-yi? Nine Deaths' divinity was shocked when he saw that person. Little Nine, you did a good job. It was God Lord Tang-yi, one of the three giants of the heavenly God realm. As a heaven-defying God Lord, although Tang-yi was not a match for Gu Fei, he could almost sweep the entire heavenly God realm. This, Death God's face changed dramatically. Even the Dark Knight Emperor and True Dragon Emperor were very nervous. It should be known that Tang-yi was a giant in the heavenly God realm. He was almost invincible. Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor had been defeated by Tang-yi. Now, these two enemies were very jealous when they met again. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying dark power rushed out of the Dark Knight Emperor's body, and the whole world immediately became dark. The Dark Knight Emperor seemed to have turned into a black hole, swallowing the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit chi here was much thicker than in other places in the heavenly God realm. Every breath was taken into the body, and then the impurities were expelled. What's wrong, Dark Knight? Have you forgotten the lesson you received back then? Tang-yi coldly stared at the Dark Knight Emperor as he spoke in disdain. In the battle back then, he did not use his full strength to chase the Dark Knight Emperor away. Back then, he did have the ability to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. However, after hesitating for a moment, the Dark Knight Emperor managed to escape. Of course, whether he killed the Dark Knight Emperor or not, in his opinion, was a trivial matter. That palm strike from back then is still fresh in my mind. Today, I will settle the score with you. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, This time, you won't be as lucky as before. Tang-yi stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. He was high and mighty, looking down at the Dark Knight Emperor like he was looking at an ant. Boom! The Dark Knight Emperor's body shook, and an even more powerful dark force immediately erupted from his body. A hideous shadow of a dark mythological beast emerged from his body, roaring its soaring wings in the sky. Back then, he had not activated the supreme bloodline in his body, so the Dark Knight Emperor was very unwilling to accept his defeat. Now that the bloodline of a peerless divine beast in his body had awakened, he would even dare to fight Tang-yi, a heaven-defying divine master of the heavenly divine realm. Did this guy eat a heavenly beast bile? At this moment, Death Hierarch couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It should be known that even he did not dare to say such words in front of Divine Master Tang-yi, because that would be courting death. You are a descendant of a dark mythological beast? Tang-yi couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the shadow of a beast emerging from the Dark Knight Emperor's body. A dark mythological beast was a legendary supreme beast. The dark mythological beasts were already extinct. There were no dark mythological beasts in the heavenly divine realm. Even the descendants of the dark mythological beasts were all killed. Who would have thought that a descendant of the dark mythological beast would appear today? So what if I am? The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Tang-yi in the sky with a gloomy face. A descendant of a dark mythological beast, Death Hierarch was also dumbfounded. The dark mythological beast was a tyrant in the antiquity time. It even wanted to attack the central divine area and become the master of the heavenly divine realm. However, in the end, it aroused public anger and became the public enemy. In the end, it was killed by the three magnates. Even its descendants were killed by the three magnates. It wasn't without reason that the Dark Knight Emperor attacked the heavenly divine realm and slaughtered everyone. It was a great enmity. Only then did the true Dragon Emperor know that the Dark Knight Emperor was a descendant of the dark mythological beast. A descendant of the dark mythological beast, everyone has the right to kill you. Kill. Tang-yi roared angrily. He extended his right hand and grabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor on the mountain. A vortex appeared on his palm. A powerful devouring power gushed out from the vortex as if it wanted to devour the entire incipient god mountain. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor roared angrily. The next moment, the shadow of a beast rushed out of his body and directly collided with the big hand that was grabbing at him. His roar shook the entire world. The entire void shook hard. Many pitch-black space cracks extended far away. 9 Deaths Divine Lord and True Dragon Emperor released a protective divine light that blocked the cracks in the space. With their cultivation base, of course, they weren't afraid of the space cracks. However, if it were an ordinary Emperor God, they wouldn't be so calm. Boom! The shadow of the beast and the giant hand collided. The shadow of the beast and the giant hand dissipated at the same time, turning into 2 shocking forces. These 2 forces destroyed each other, forming a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. This, True Dragon Emperor and Death Hierarch couldn't help but be moved. They directly soared up into the sky and retreated to the distant sky. The incipient god mountain shook again. The peak of the mountain cracked and countless rocks were blown away. At this moment, the incipient god mountain was in a mess. Countless god path experts cultivating on the mountain were alarmed. They all rushed out. Even the old fellows who were cultivating in seclusion jumped out. They didn't want to stay in seclusion anymore. What happened? Why did the ancestral vein move all of a sudden? An antique deity realm powerhouse exclaimed in horror. What? The ancestral vein is moving? Someone screamed in fear. The ancestral vein's movement was terrible. The last time it had happened was 8,000 years ago. At that time, the ancestral vein had flipped over and almost overturned the incipient god mountain. Many people had died. To the old antiques cultivating on the incipient god mountain, 8,000 years was just a blink of an eye. It's only been 8,000 years and the ancestral vein is moving again. Some old antiques were restless. The movement of the ancestral vein was an earth-shaking event. Chapter 4192. The strange movement of the ancestral vein shocked everyone. Not only the incipient god mountain was shaking, but the other branches of the ancestral vein were also shaking. The entire central celestial area was shaking. Countless creatures were terrified. All the forces in the central celestial area were panicking. The central celestial area was like the end of the world. At this time, Gu Fei took away the Hongming purple aura from the divine pearl of heaven and earth origin. How could he take away the ancestral chi so easily? The 3 odd divine beasts who were watching from the side were immediately dumbfounded. This was too much of a bully. It had guarded this place for countless years. What was the purpose of it? Wasn't it to get a wisp of ancestral chi from the divine pearl of heaven and earth origin? The thing it had wanted for its entire life was easily obtained by someone else. It was so annoying. At this time, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple dragon in his hand flew into his mouth and was swallowed. What? When the 3 odd-looking godly beasts saw this scene, they were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. He swallowed it in one gulp? This was the first time the divine beast had seen someone so crazy that he swallowed a wisp of ancestral chi. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. One wisp could crush a mountain range. Even the divine beast wouldn't dare to do this. This was simply courting death. His body would explode, and even his spirit would be destroyed. While the divine beast was waiting to see Gu Fei's body explode, Gu Fei suddenly licked his lips. It doesn't taste good, Gu Fei said. What? Hearing this, the odd divine beast staggered and almost fell. At this time, the Hongming purple aura was refined by Gu Fei and integrated into his blood vessels and bones. Most of the Hongming purple aura was absorbed by the eternal real bone in his chest. The eternal true bone transformed the primordial purple haze into eternal essence chi, using the power of eternity to temper his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Gu Fei could feel that his cultivation seemed to have improved, and his martial body had also become slightly stronger. It's so hard to recover my cultivation, Gu Fei sighed. Recover my cultivation? The odd divine beast couldn't help but think when it heard this. Could it be that this isn't this fellow's true cultivation? All right, let's go. Gu Fei looked at the heaven and earth origin divine beads and said, he had no interest in the divine pearls of heaven and earth origin, because the moment he touched them, the heavenly divine realm would be finished. Gu Fei could not do something like exterminating an entire world. Of course, if he refined the heavenly origin divine pearl, his cultivation would definitely recover a little. As long as the divine orb of heaven and earth was not taken away, the divine orb of heaven and earth would condense the primordial violet aura again after some time. Gu Fei turned around and left. The three odd divine beasts hurriedly followed. This fellow rejoiced inwardly. From the point of view of this odd divine beast, the most precious thing in the heavenly god realm was the divine pearl of origin of heaven and earth. It was an item that could produce the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. This fellow had only taken the ancestral chi of the world, and had not taken the divine pearl of world origin. Hee, did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Are you stupid? The three odd divine beasts truly could not understand. While Gu Fei was taking away the primordial violet aura, the outside world was in chaos. Boom, bam. At the peak of incipient God Mountain, two figures were rapidly moving in the sky, violent energy wreaking havoc in the world. The Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord Soaring Wing were locked in a fierce battle. The entire ancestral land was quaking. If not for the supreme array protecting it, even incipient God Mountain would have been destroyed by these two, and the ancestral vein would have been affected. This Dark Knight Emperor has been hiding his strength. God Nine Deaths couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. The Dark Knight Emperor was too good at pretending. This fellow, the true Dragon Emperor, was also stunned by this sight. Kill. The Dark Knight Emperor roared again and again. The hatred of the destruction of his race was absolutely irreconcilable. He attacked with all his might, wanting to kill God Lord Soaring Wing. However, God Lord Soaring Wing was no weakling. Although he was not a match for Gu Fei, he could still sweep through the world. Destruction Fist. God Lord Soaring Wing punched, causing the entire world to tremble beneath his fist. Dreadful destructive energy erupted from God Lord Soaring Wing's fist, shattering the surrounding space. Heaven-sundering slash. The Dark Knight Emperor roared, his right hand slashing at the incoming fist. A dazzling divine light shot out of his hand and slashed at God Lord Soaring Wing's fist. Bang! With a massive explosion, the two figures were separated. A massive spatial fissure appeared between the two. Good, very good. Soaring Wing's figure appeared in the air. He lowered his head and saw that there was a bloody wound on his fist. The Dark Knight Emperor's slash had actually cut through Soaring Wing's flesh and injured him. Although it was just a small wound, the mighty god Soaring Wing, one of the three titans of the celestial god world, had actually been injured. Preposterous. Soaring Wing was enraged, truly enraged. Haha. The sight of Soaring Wing's rage was very satisfying for the Dark Knight Emperor. But this was far from enough. Since the three titans had destroyed the Darkness God Beast race, the Dark Knight Emperor would destroy the three titans and their race as well. Kill. Soaring Wing went mad with rage, and a moment later, he transformed into a strange beast. A divine eye appeared on the beast's forehead and then opened. Swish. A beam of destruction divine light shot out of Soaring Wing's divine eye and pierced toward the Dark Knight Emperor. But a moment later, the space around the Dark Knight Emperor collapsed into primal chaos, and the beam of primal chaos divine light shot into the primal chaos. What? Soaring Wing was stunned by this sight. Darkness World. The Dark Knight Emperor roared as he used his trump card. Darkness energy surged out of the Dark Knight Emperor's body and instantly engulfed the world. The vast power of darkness swallowed Ting Yi in an instant. It's just a petty trick. God Lord Soaring Wing coldly sneered. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and protected him, blocking off the tenebrous energy surging toward him. Is that so? The Dark Knight Emperor's voice resounded, and then countless divine spears formed by divine light shot towards Soaring Wing. Break for me! God Lord Soaring Wing bellowed. An extremely berserk power surged out of his body in an attempt to break the Dark Knight Emperor's sealing power. But the Dark Knight Emperor's darkness domain was extremely powerful, and not just anyone could break it. The terrifying energy only caused the entire domain to tremble. Chapter 4193. The heaven-shaking battle between God-Lord's soaring wing and the Dark Knight Emperor shook the world. Countless experts of the four divine realms heard the news and rushed to the central divine realm like they had been injected with stimulants. This was a battle between God-Lords. It had been many years since such a battle had occurred. In the cultivation history of the heavenly God realm, a great battle between divine masters had only broken out during the darkest period of the heavenly God realm. That battle had nearly destroyed the heavenly God realm. The original heavenly God realm was not like this. Before the Dark Ages, the heavenly God realm was an incomparably huge continent. During the later stages of the Dark Ages, a great battle between divine masters broke out, and the heavenly God continent was split into 5 pieces. This was the origin of the 5 great divine regions of the heavenly God realm. A battle between divine masters could destroy the heavens and the earth. A high-class world like the heavenly God realm could not withstand a battle of this level. After that battle, the heavenly axiom of the heavenly God realm was damaged and the power of the heaven and earth law became weaker. As a result, it became more difficult for the cultivators of the heavenly God realm to become an ultimate God. Not to mention an ultimate God, even an emperor god could not become an emperor god since the Dark Ages. Wang Xuanji was the first person to become a god emperor in tens of thousands of years. The more difficult it was to cultivate, the more transcendent the Tao fruit would be, and the stronger one's combat strength would be. This was the reason why Wang Xuanji was able to compete with veteran god emperors as soon as he became a god emperor. Rumble. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor circulated his tenebrous domain with all his might, wanting to obliterate the trapped Divine Lord's soaring wing. He had a great enmity with the 3 big shots of the heavenly God realm. He couldn't wait to tear the 3 big shots into 1,000 pieces. However, Teng Yi was still one of the 3 heavyweights, the publicly acknowledged divine master of the heavenly God realm. It would not be easy for the Dark Knight Emperor to kill divine master Teng Yi. Open! God-Lord's soaring wing roared angrily. He spread his hands apart, and a powerful surge of divine Tao energy surged out of his body in an attempt to forcibly break open the domain of darkness. However, the Dark Knight Emperor's dark realm only shook a little. God-Lord's soaring wing's divine light was only able to create a radius of several dozen feet around him. What? God-Lord's soaring wing was rather moved. That kid from back then had actually grown to this level? He could actually contend against me? How was this possible? Back then, if it wasn't for Teng Yi's carelessness, the Dark Knight Emperor would have died in his hands. Back then, it was as easy as flipping his hand for Teng Yi to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. He did not take the so-called #1 powerhouse of the Dark Knight continent seriously at all. The #1 expert of the Dark Knight continent was nothing more than a joke in God-Lord Soaring Wing's eyes. But now, this scoundrel was actually able to fight against him. This left God-Lord Soaring Wing stunned. Haha, show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. In the darkness, the Emperor of the Dark Knight's arrogant laughter could be heard. Who do you think you are? You want to kill me? You don't have that ability yet. Teng Yi bellowed. Humph, whether I have the ability or not, you will soon find out. The Dark Knight Emperor sneered. In the next moment, a dazzling divine light appeared in the absolute darkness of the void. The divine light tore through the dark void and pierced towards Teng Yi. This was a divine ability cultivated by the Dark Knight Emperor, a supreme divine light condensed from absolute darkness. Each of these beams could easily pierce through the divine body of a divine sovereign. These divine lights pierced through Teng Yi's protective divine light. Teng Yi was in the Dark Knight Emperor's domain of darkness, so he had nowhere to hide. Tensome divine lights struck his body. Roar! God-Lord Soaring Wing's body trembled as bloody light appeared on his body. Although these divine lights had not pierced through his divine body, they had still managed to injure him. He was madly enraged. God-Lord Soaring Wing's body trembled as he revealed his true form. This was a strange beast with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a snake. This strange beast even had a vertical eye on its forehead. Open for me! God Lord's soaring wings God eye suddenly opened, and a terrifying beam of destructive divine light shot out of it, piercing through the dark void. What? The Dark Knight Emperor's cry of alarm came from the dark void. At this moment, God Lord's soaring wing laughed and transformed into a beam of divine light that charged through the broken passage. Divine Eye of Annihilation? The Dark Knight Emperor had a deep understanding of the three titans. It had to be known that only by knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious in 100 battles. He was a very cautious person. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Emperor would never have been able to unify the Dark Knight continent. Preposterous. The Dark Knight Emperor retracted his tenebrous domain. At this moment, a gigantic palm descended from the sky, slamming down at him with a violent force that shook the entire world. Bam! The Dark Knight Emperor raised his palm, and the two palms collided. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor felt the unstoppable power erupting from his opponent's hand, and a moment later, he was sent flying backward. Little guy, you're still too inexperienced. Tang Yi's disdainful voice rang out in the Dark Knight Emperor's ear. Whoosh! A beam of divine light of annihilation pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body. There was a flash of blood, and the Dark Knight Emperor fell from the sky. God Lord's soaring wings' divine eye of annihilation was extremely powerful. Even Long Tsong, who was also a God Lord, did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, Tang Yi's forehead lit up once more. Whoosh! A second beam of divine light of annihilation shot out of Tang Yi's forehead. This time, Tang Yi's target was the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. He wanted to destroy the Dark Knight Emperor's Yuan spirit and wipe him out in both body and soul. Just as Tang Yi's divine light of annihilation was about to reach him, an axe suddenly shot out of the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. Clang! Tang Yi's divine light of annihilation struck the axe. Tang Yi was shocked by this sight. While Tang Yi was still reeling in shock, the Dark Knight Emperor had already grabbed the axe. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. The weather changed, the sun and moon dimmed, and even the sky seemed like it was about to be overturned. The Dark Knight Emperor instantly entered the state of one with the axe, fusing his own power with the power of the divine axe and exploding with a power that surpassed his own. Interesting. Tang Yi's eyes lit up. This guy really came prepared. The Dark Knight Emperor gripped the heaven-shattering axe and swung it at Tang Yi with all his might. A resplendent blade of light shot out from the divine axe in Gu Fei's hand and tore through the void. The blade of light soared for thousands of zhong, as if it could split the entire world in half. I'll let you see what it means to be invincible. As Tang Yi spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of divine light that met the incoming blade of light. Whoosh! The blade of light was directly dispersed by the divine light released by Tang Yi. After the divine light dispersed the blade of light, it directly pierced toward the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered coldly. His figure suddenly blurred and became transparent. The exterminating divine light that Tang Yi had shot out was so powerful that it directly pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's body. The Dark Knight Emperor could only watch the exterminating divine light pierce through his body. At this moment, the gate of the Divine Hall on incipient God Mountain suddenly opened. Two figures walked out. True Dragon Emperor and Death God Master didn't notice the Divine Hall behind them. Oh, it's so lively outside. The black-clothed young man who walked out of the Divine Hall said with surprise. This black-clothed young man was Gu Fei, and the one behind Gu Fei was the human that the divine beast had transformed into. Greetings, Master. At this moment, Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor heard the commotion and hurried to greet Gu Fei. When Death God Master saw the person behind Gu Fei, he was startled, but he didn't say anything. Where's Qianyu? Has he come out? Gu Fei calmly looked at Nine Death God and said, Master, this subordinate didn't see Qianyu come out. Death God Master couldn't help but sweat as Gu Fei stared at him. Humph! He dared to trick me. Go and capture him. Gu Fei said to the divine beast behind him. Yes. The divine beast turned and walked into the divine hall. Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Qian Yu was the boss of the heavenly god realm's three big shots. He was extremely powerful. He just didn't want to ascend to the celestial realm. If he wanted to, he could attract an ascension tribulation and ascend at any time. At this moment, Gu Fei looked at the Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord Soaring Wing, who were fighting in the sky. As expected, Gu Fei was angry, truly angry. This Qian Yu had dared to plot against him and work with God Lord Soaring Wing to kill all the people he had brought with him. This plan was ruthless, but Qian Yu had severely underestimated Gu Fei and the Dark Knight Monarch. No one knew that the Dark Knight Monarch was also an expert in disguising himself as a pig to eat the tiger. He had actually concealed his strength so deeply. Even in his battle with Gu Fei on the Dark Knight continent, the Dark Knight Emperor hadn't used the power of the Darkness God Beast's bloodline. This was his greatest secret. One had to realize that the Darkness God Beast was a public enemy in the heavenly god realm. If anyone found out that he was a descendant of the Darkness God Beast, he would face a calamity. But it was different now. He was now Gu Fei's subordinate, and Gu Fei was a ruthless person who could easily kill divine venerables. In the heavenly god realm, who else besides the three big shots would dare to attack Gu Fei? Thus, the Dark Knight Emperor no longer needed to hide his identity. That damned fellow! All of you, go together and capture him. Gu Fei roared at Death God Master and True Dragon Emperor. Master, the other party was a god lord. The seal on the incipient god mountain had been activated, and there was a supreme power protecting the divine mountain. That was why they dared to come back to watch the battle. Otherwise, they would still be watching from 100,000 miles away. Chapter 4194. A battle between god lords could shake the heavens and earth. Even those at the peak of incipient god mountain had to endure enormous pressure. The Nine-Death Ultimate God and the True Dragon Emperor had retreated a long time ago. However, a battle of this level was extremely tempting to them. They had even risked returning to the peak of incipient God Mountain to watch this battle. If they could gain some sort of enlightenment from this battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and God Lord Soaring Wing, they might be able to take that final step towards becoming a god lord. But now, their master, Gu Fei, was telling them to fight God Lord Soaring Wing? Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? But at this moment, the sky fiercely quaked, and then a pitch-black hole appeared in the air. Someone shattered the void. Still want to run? Gu Fei's eyes flickered when he saw this. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky. Broom. The entire sky seemed to be pulled down by Gu Fei's hand, and a figure was pulled out of the shattered void. Roar. This figure desperately struggled, boundless divine power erupting from its body. But no matter how much this person struggled, he couldn't escape Gu Fei's grasp. He was pulled down from the sky and then slammed to the ground by Gu Fei. This person was none other than God Lord Soaring Wing. The True Dragon Emperor and Nine Deaths God were dumbfounded. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. Master! The Dark Knight Emperor hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. So you were also hiding a hand. Not even I could tell that you were a descendant of the Darkness God Beast. Gu Fei glanced at the Dark Knight Emperor and indifferently said, The Dark Knight Emperor couldn't help but tense up, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Bang! God Lord Soaring Wing's body exploded with immense power as he tried to escape. But Gu Fei extended his right hand and pressed it down on God Lord Soaring Wing. God Lord Soaring Wing was immediately pressed to the ground, motionless. God Lord Soaring Wing was both shocked and infuriated. Gu Fei had come out, but Boss had disappeared. Had Boss failed and been killed by Gu Fei? God Lord Soaring Wing couldn't help but despair at this thought. Qin Yu and Tang Yi's plan to get rid of Gu Fei had been foolproof, but to God Lord Tang Yi's surprise, Gu Fei had come out. To God Lord Tang Yi's shock, the person accompanying Gu Fei was the Patriarch. In the entire heavenly god realm, there was only one person who could be addressed as ancestor by Tang Yi, and that was this odd divine beast that Gu Fei had subdued. In the entire heavenly god realm, only the three big shots knew of its existence. However, the three big shots were just like children in front of it. The three powerhouses all referred to the three odd divine beasts as their ancestors. He was the #1 expert of the heavenly god realm, God Ancestor Jyotian. The three magnates regarded God Ancestor Jyotian as the guardian of the heaven divine realm. However, they did not know that the reason why God Ancestor Jyotian had been guarding the ancestor vein of the heaven divine realm for so many years was not to protect the ancestor vein from being harmed, but to refine the ancestor vein and become a real immortal expert. You can die now. As Gu Fei spoke, he pressed down with his right hand. With the sound of bones cracking, God Lord's soaring wing turned into a bloody mist. Master, it's a pity to kill him. God Ancestor Jyotian sighed. The true Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor's expressions changed, especially the Dark Knight Emperor. If Tang Yi died in Gu Fei's hands, it would be a great regret for him. Do you think he can still live after scheming against my people? Gu Fei said indifferently. Then, he used a mysterious technique to devour God Lord's soaring wings' essence, chi, and spirit. Even his primordial spirit was devoured. This was a God Lord. Although Gu Fei devoured a God Lord, his cultivation did not recover much. God Lord's soaring wing died at the hands of Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he had used a single hand to kill a God Lord like Tang Yi and Qian Yu. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. God Ancestor Jyotian did not find Qian Yu in the ancestral vein. Qian Yu had left long ago. He had planted a restrictive technique on Qian Yu's body. With a single thought, he could destroy Qian Yu's body and primordial spirit. However, Qian Yu was lucky to die like this. Although Gu Fei was furious, he did not kill Qian Yu just like that. I'll give you 3 days to capture Qian Yu. Gu Fei glanced at everyone and said, Yes, Master. God Ancestor Jyotian and the others quickly accepted the order. Soon, the news spread and shocked the entire world. The heavenly divine realm finally has a new master. At this moment, in the sky 10,000 miles away from the incipient God Mountain, a fat man carrying a halberd looked in the direction of the incipient God Mountain with a solemn expression. Boss is really arrogant. Even the guy guarding there is not a match for Boss? The fat man was shocked. Even the current him was no match for that existence. Why don't we go and take a look? The fat man turned into a ray of divine light and rushed towards the incipient God Mountain. At this moment, there was only Gu Fei on the incipient God Mountain. The others had gone to kill Qian Yu. To Gu Fei, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for him to leave. He had devoured the origin chi of heaven and earth. There was nothing else that Gu Fei needed in the heavenly divine realm. Besides the origin chi of heaven and earth, he had also obtained an immortal heart and a bone bead. Gu Fei vaguely guessed that these 2 items might belong to the same person. Of course, it was just a guess. Boss. At this moment, a voice pulled Gu Fei back from his thoughts. Gu Fei looked up and saw that it was the fat man. The fat man was so mysterious that even Gu Fei could not see through him. Swoosh. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. What are you doing here? Gu Fei frowned and said, I want to attack the incipient God Mountain with Boss. The fat man said, All right, since you're here, go and capture Qian Yu. Gu Fei said, You want to capture Qian Yu? The fatty was shocked. This godlord Qian Yu was the strongest existence of the 3 heavyweights, the boss of the 3 heavyweights. Of course, the heavenly divine realm no longer had the 3 giants because Long Tsong was dead. He dared to betray me. Do you think he can still live? Gu Fei said ruthlessly. Hearing this, the fatty's expression immediately became solemn. Just as the fat man arrived, in a desolate mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from the incipient God Mountain, Qian Yu, surrender and follow me back to see Master. Otherwise, today will be the day of your death. A powerful aura spread over the mountain. There was a confrontation. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Qian Yu was the boss of the 3 giants. How could he surrender just because of one sentence? Then I'm sorry. That person directly attacked Qian Yu. Boom. That armored god general punched out, causing the entire world to tremble. This punch shook the heavens and earth. Qian Yu was taken aback. He didn't think that this group of people would have such a powerful cultivation base. The person in the lead even displayed a powerful battle prowess. There was no time to think about why. Qian Yu also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant, causing a loud bang. The sound spread out in all directions, and the surrounding void immediately rippled like water. The two figures separated in an instant, but immediately collided with each other. Impossible. How could this be? Qian Yu became more frightened as he fought. This god general was his subordinate and only had the cultivation of a god emperor. How did this guy's cultivation suddenly become so strong? It should be known that he was a god lord. It was easy for him to kill a god emperor, but now he couldn't even defeat a puny god general. He was too useless. At this moment, a powerful wave of energy rippled, startling many people. Gu Fei's bounty caused everyone's eyes to turn red. Therefore, at this moment, almost every cultivator was searching for Qian Yu, because as long as they found and captured Qian Yu, they would be able to obtain the item they yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, the people chasing after Qian Yu all went to Gu Fei to obtain a Dao Talisman. This wasn't an ordinary Dao Talisman. After using this Dao Talisman, one could obtain great power. However, this power couldn't last for long. The god general who was fighting with Qian Yu had used one of Gu Fei's talismans to gain the strength to fight against Qian Yu. Of course, there was a price to pay for using this power. In this world, there was no such thing as reaping without sowing. If one wanted great power, one had to pay the corresponding price. No one could succeed casually. It's Qian Yu. Haha, we're rich this time. Some of the experts who rushed over were elated when they saw Qian Yu. Someone crushed the Dao Talisman and charged towards Qian Yu. He's mine. Unwilling to fall behind, someone crushed the Dao Talisman and fought Qian Yu. One should know that Qian Yu was like a peerless divine medicine right now. Everyone wanted a bite of him. This gave Qian Yu a chance to escape. Two fists couldn't fight against four hands. Very quickly, Qian Yu's shoulder was hit by a fist, sending him flying. I'm not going to keep you company. Borrowing the strength of his opponent's punch, Qian Yu disappeared instantly. What? The crowd was dumbfounded and chased after him. However, in the next moment, they stopped because they had already used the power that Gu Fei left for them. This power couldn't last long and could only last for a short period of time. Chapter 4195. Qian Yu was the #1 divine lord in the heaven god world. He was extremely powerful and his cultivation base was only second to Zhu Tian. Although Gu Fei had issued a kill order to Qian Yu, there were not many people in the heaven god world who could stop him if he wanted to run for his life. However, although the heaven god world was huge, there was no place for Qian Yu. Countless experts in the heaven god world searched for Qian Yu crazily under Gu Fei's reward because Gu Fei's reward was too great. Even the 9 Deaths God and the Dark Knight Emperor could not hold themselves back and went after Qian Yu. The true Dragon Emperor naturally did not want to be left behind. They brought Gu Fei's talismans with them. As long as they crushed the talismans, they would be able to fight against a divine lord. In fact, only God Path experts above the Emperor God realm could use the Dao Talisman that Gu Fei refined. Cultivators below the Emperor God realm could not withstand the power of the Dao Talisman at all. If a cultivator below the God Emperor realm tried to use the talismans, the worst outcome would be their body exploding. The luckiest one would lose his physical body and divine body. Only his primordial spirit would be left, and it would take a long time for him to recover his cultivation base. Gu Fei was really angry. He did not hesitate to refine dozens of talismans just to capture Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu was like a street rat. No matter where he went in the heaven god world, he would be attacked. Just like that, Qian Yu fled for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he was blocked by 3 experts in a valley. The #1 divine lord of the heaven god world stood on a huge rock in the valley with his hands behind his back. An imposing aura surged from his body. Little 9, Dark Knight, and this little worm, how dare you come here to die? Qian Yu did not care about the 3 experts at all. Qian Yu, you better follow me back to see Master. Don't make things difficult for us. The 9 Deaths God looked at Qian Yu coldly. That's right. Teng Yi is dead. You don't want to end up like him, right? The Dark Knight Emperor continued. As long as you come back with us, We can help you plead in front of Master. Perhaps once Master's anger subsides, he might spare your life." The true Dragon Emperor said. "Ha ha." Yu glanced at the true Dragon Emperor before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The true Dragon Emperor's face immediately darkened. "Do you think I'm a fool? Go back with you?" "Ha ha." Yu laughed. These fellows actually wanted to trick him? How laughable. "Then we can only capture you and bring you back." As Divine Monarch Nindeath spoke, he crushed a Tao talisman in his hand. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy explode in his body. This energy was so strong that it instantly expanded the meridians in his body by several times. Boom! A violent wave of power erupted from Nindeath's Divine Lord's body. Countless pitch-black, spatial cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding void. Yu's pupils shrunk upon seeing that. Although he had been running for his life for the past 2 days, he noticed that those fellows who were chasing after him had suddenly increased their combat strength before fighting him. It was definitely not a secret technique. There was no secret technique in the Heaven Divine world that could directly increase an Emperor God's cultivation and combat strength to the ultimate God realm or even the Divine Lord realm. The true Dragon Emperor and the Dark Knight Emperor also crushed the Tao talismans in their hands. Roar! The true Dragon Emperor roared into the sky as a giant dragon shadow directly rushed out from his body and circled in the sky. Kill! Yu roared. In the next moment, he exerted strength in his feet and crushed the boulder under his feet. At the same time, his entire body turned into a divine light and soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. He did not want to be entangled by those 3 fellows. Once he was entangled by those 3 fellows, the other experts would swarm in. By then, it would be impossible for him to fight against dozens of ultimate gods alone, no matter how strong he was. Trying to escape? The Nine-Slayer Ultimate God waved his right hand, and a Tao diagram immediately fell from the sky and suppressed the divine light that soared into the sky. What? Yu's figure appeared in the void. Haha, trying to escape? Dream on. The true Dragon Emperor laughed out loud as he directly showed his original form and fiercely pounced toward Yu in the sky. The power of his pounce caused countless cracks to appear in the void. If it was not for the mighty power of the Tao diagram in the sky that suppressed the void, the true Dragon Emperor's pounce would have shattered the entire void. What's going on? Yu's expression was extremely ugly. Those fellows really came prepared. Boom! He directly blocked the true Dragon Emperor's dragon claw with a punch. At the same time, the Dark Knight Emperor also made his move. A divine axe directly rushed out from his body and turned into an immortal divine blade that slashed toward Yu's head. The blade of the axe split the void between heaven and earth. Clang! Yu waved his hand and blocked the heaven-shattering divine axe. Seeing that scene, the Dark Knight Emperor could not help but be shocked. Yu's divine body was too strong to be able to block the attack of the heaven-shattering divine axe. One should know that the heaven-shattering divine axe was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. It could easily kill an ultimate god. Emperor gods were as weak as ants in front of the heaven-shattering divine axe. Boom! The Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's Nine-Slayer Divine fist landed heavily on Yu's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking immediately came from Yu's body. His entire chest had collapsed inwards from the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's punch. Yu blocked the true Dragon Emperor's Dragon Claw and the Dark Knight Emperor's heaven-shattering divine axe. However, he could not block the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord's punch. This was the Nine-Slayer Divine Fist created by the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord. One punch could shake the heavens and earth. Roar! Yu was enraged. In the next moment, an even more tyrannical wave of energy erupted from his body, directly sending the 3 experts flying. What? This guy? The Dark Knight Emperor, the Nine-Slayer Divine Lord, and the others were shocked. Yu was indeed worthy of being the #1 Divine Lord in the Heavenly Divine Realm. He was too strong. If they were to fight one-on-one, they might not be his match. Of course, under such circumstances, the Dark Knight Emperor and the others would not be so stupid to fight one-on-one with him. Boom! After Yu sent the 3 experts flying, he crazily attacked the Tao pattern in the sky. The Tao pattern immediately shook. He actually shook the Tao pattern. Chapter 4196. Qian Yu was extremely ferocious. He was able to push back 3 experts at the same time. His battle prowess was definitely number 1 in the heavenly god realm. If they were to fight one-on-one, it would be impossible for 9 Deaths Hierarch, the Dark Knight Emperor, or the True Dragon Emperor to defeat Qian Yu. Rumble. At this moment, Qian Yu turned into a ball of divine light that looked like a sun. He soared into the sky and collided fiercely with the Tao diagram in the sky. The entire Tao diagram trembled. Countless divine runes appeared on the Tao diagram. Countless divine runes intertwined on the Tao diagram. The vast power that was released froze the void and sealed a part of the sky. The divine light that Qian Yu turned into was pushed back continuously. However, he did not stop. He continued to crazily collide with the Tao diagram in the sky. He wanted to break out of the Tao diagram. Don't waste your energy. This is Master's item. How can you break it? The True Dragon Emperor sneered. This Tao diagram was the one that Gu Fei had given to 9 Deaths Hierarch for the time being. The mountain and river diagram was an extreme divine tool. Even if Qian Yu was 10 times stronger, he would not be able to break the seal of the mountain and river diagram. What? Qian Yu couldn't help being startled. No wonder this Tao diagram was so powerful. It turned out that it belonged to Gu Fei. Die. 9 Deaths Hierarch did not say anything else. He immediately used the 9 Deaths Godly Fists. 9 fist shadows rushed out from his fists and smashed the void. The 9 fists landed fiercely on Qian Yu's body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Qian Yu's body. Such power! Qian Yu stared at 9 Deaths Hierarch with a crazed look in his eyes. After being hit by the 9 Deaths Godly Fists, his body was immediately covered in blood. Some parts of his body even revealed his bones. However, the next moment, the wounds on Qian Yu's body were healing rapidly. The broken bones were reconnected. In just a few breaths' time, the wounds on his body were completely healed. A wave of power that was stronger than before spread out from Qian Yu's body. This is... 9 Deaths Divine Lord suddenly thought of something when he saw this, and his expression became even worse. Such a strong recovery ability. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "So what if he has a strong recovery ability? Do you think he can escape?" True Dragon Emperor said disapprovingly. Qian Yu stared at Death God 9 and said coldly, "The power you borrowed is not your own. Let's see how I kill you one by one." "Is that so? Then bring it on." Hierarch 9 Deaths gave tit for tat. At this moment, he was no longer afraid. He wanted to borrow Gu Fei's power to get rid of Qian Yu, who was known as the #1 Divine Master in the Heavenly God Realm. Buzz. At this moment, Qian Yu's body shook. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out from his body and pounced towards the Dark Knight Emperor and the others. Every single one of them was emitting extremely powerful energy ripples. What the hell? The Dark Knight Emperor and Ultimate God 9 Deaths were shocked when they saw this. At this moment, there was no time for them to think too much. In the next moment, they were drowned by Qian Yu's countless figures. Roar! The 9 heavenly dragons that the True Dragon Emperor had transformed into shook violently. Countless Qian Yu's figures were immediately blasted away and exploded in the void. However, at this moment, the True Dragon Emperor suddenly let out a roar of despair. In the next moment, his head exploded, followed by his body. Boom! 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 9 sounds were heard in a row. Violent energy exploded, and the huge body of the 9 true dragons that the True Dragon Emperor had transformed into exploded into a mist of blood. Not even his bones and scales were left. The primordial spirit of the True Dragon Emperor rushed out. However, in the next moment, the primordial spirit of the True Dragon Emperor also exploded. What? Death God 9 Deaths and the Dark Knight Emperor were extremely shocked when they sensed this. After all, the True Dragon Emperor's cultivation and combat power were not inferior to theirs after he used Gu Fei's Tao Talisman. The True Dragon Emperor had died. He had been killed by Qian Yu. "You can't even take a punch from me, and you still want to kill me? What a joke." Qian Yu's voice reverberated in the void. Even the powerful death god Nine Deaths and the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't sense his whereabouts. Damn it! The Dark Knight Emperor and the death god Nine Deaths were both frightened and enraged. Qian Yu had killed the true Dragon Emperor with one punch. They were in danger. At this moment, Qian Yu's countless figures filled the void. No matter how hard the Dark Knight Emperor and the death god Nine Deaths attacked, they couldn't escape. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Qian Yu's voice arose again. The moment Qian Yu killed the true Dragon Emperor with one punch, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a big rock on the peak of incipient God Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. The true dragon is killed? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was a little surprised. The true dragon Great Emperor had brought along the Tao Talisman that he had refined himself. As long as he used the Tao Talisman, he would obtain the strongest power and be able to contend against the god ancestor. Then, he closed his eyes. His subordinates wouldn't die that easily. It's too early for you to be happy. Right at this moment, the death god Nine Deaths sneered in the valley. What? Qian Yu was bewildered. Rumble. The void suddenly shook. Then, something that Qian Yu couldn't believe happened. The true Dragon Emperor's primordial spirit was being reconstructed. The specks of soul light condensed together once more. After that, Qian Yu's primordial spirit was reconstructed, followed by his dragon body. The exploded dragon body appeared in the mist of blood, reconstructing the primordial spirit and the dragon body. Qian Yu was stunned. It was a heaven-defying technique. Boom! When the true Dragon Emperor's primordial spirit and the dragon body fused together, an unprecedented pressure burst out from his body. Qian Yu died. The true Dragon Emperor roared and attacked Qian Yu. He spat out a divine bead and a terrifying divine flame burst out from it. Instantly, the void that was suppressed by the mountain and river diagram turned into a sea of fire. This was the true dragon divine flame that the true Dragon Emperor had condensed. The true dragon divine flame could burn the sky and boil the sea. It burned the void silently. On the body of the true Dragon Emperor, the power of the Tao Talisman that Gu Fei had refined was activated to the extreme. The countless figures that Qian Yu had conjured were burned by the true dragon divine flame and disappeared in the sea of fire. In the end, only one figure was left standing in the sea of fire. The true Dragon Emperor had broken Qian Yu's technique. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.